Hey, I hope that you can hear me. I hope that you can see me. I am so excited for this live stream that, we've had to fight against all odds to actually get it working. So let me know how it is going. And as soon as I can see that the messages are coming in and that you can hear me and that you can see me, then we can start. And hi to everyone watching on the replay. If you're watching this on the replay, then I am so glad that this live stream went ahead. Yes. Oh my gosh. Can I just say, like, on a completely, well, separate but related note, I am so touched by the fact that you guys waited and by all the like encouraging comments that were coming through as I was as I was fighting with my laptop, with my internet connection, and with everything else. Like, I read all the messages, and honestly, like, obviously, I would have rather we just started 2 hours ago, but like, it warms my heart so much that you are so supportive and so kind and so patient. And I read and saw all the comments about my laptop being a a temperamental teenager, and you guys wanting to wait, and loving my florals. Like, I honestly appreciate all of you, and I'm so so grateful. So if for nothing else, you have made my night. And yeah, you are definitely, definitely, definitely the real MVPs, like the OG unbelievable MVPs that kept me going. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Oh gosh. Yeah, it's been a minute trying to get this live stream up, but it's okay because we're up now, right? And you can see me, you can hear me, and I'm so looking forward to creating with you. I was so excited, and I am still so excited. I just can't believe it's been a 2 hour setup, but it's fine because I've got lots planned. Um, how is everyone? Is everyone or anyone painting as well? Hey, Lara from Wales. Hey, Laura, Derwood. Honestly, Apple, the moment that you're ready, I'm ready. Like, I would be so, so happy to collaborate with Apple. Rachel, I made it just about like it's been 2 hours. I think that is a very fair request, Astroglio. So Miss Ebony's eating. Hi Tara. Hi Laura. Oh, I'm so grateful, honestly. Um, and yeah, I can't thank all of you enough. Mrs. Z as well, been here from the beginning. I hope that you enjoyed the hot wings. Let's get started. I honestly I don't even know where to start. Like, I almost feel like I'm frazzled because for a minute there, for a minute I thought, you know what, I may not actually get to do this live stream, but we persevered. So I am let me so the aim, well, I had lots of aims for this live streams. Number one, have fun, obviously. Number two, I wanted to paint in my Etchr Perfect series sketchbook, like using the good art supplies. And then I also just wanted to show you some of the things that I have been doing more recently. And also I feel like I haven't, because of work has been busy and everything, I haven't like sat down and just like painted and for a while, or for what feels like a while. Oh, Marina is also painting. That is awesome. Oh, good. Get ready, Catherine. I am all good to go. So what I have been doing recently, which is a bit different, is let me show you. Hopefully you can see. That's not what I want. Well, this I'm going to show you in a minute, but what I was trying to show you is this. So I have been doing like really quick, loose warm ups. And normally I don't do warm ups. Normally I just like start, roll with it, and kind of see how it goes. But recently I've been doing like random things like this. And obviously I'm not going to do this for the whole stream, but I thought it would be fun to do to like loosen up, warm up, and also relax, because really and truly the only way is up from this point. So this I think is going to be a video for Kofi. Um, but I thought it would be nice for us to do it together as well, just as a really chill way to relax and get started. And I had a post-it note of things that I needed to remember to say. One is, oh, my mailing list. So I have a mailing list and I send emails out maybe like once every 2 or 3 months, like essentially only if I have something to say or to announce, like when I did the gouache landscapes course, or if I'm giving freebies. So that's usually when I write. However, I have noticed through a few different issues on YouTube, like my comments disappearing, my comments getting deleted, people having their monetization gone, accounts being blocked, all these random things that actually I don't own my YouTube channel. I don't own the platform and I can't control anything that happens on there. And um, not that I can control emails per se, but I feel like if I have a different way of getting in touch with you, then should anything happen, I would actually have a means of getting in touch with you, if that makes sense. Like if anything, God forbid, were to happen to my channel, I would have a way of saying, hey, this is what's going on. Um, so I've left the link down below in the description. I think it's a good mailing list to be part of anyway, because I don't spam your I don't spam your mailbox. And when I do share things, I share free things that I think you will be interested in. But I think even outside of that, I think it's good to have another way of being in touch that isn't purely relying on an algorithm that I have absolutely no control over. So that's the first thing, link in the description. And then what else was I going to say? Oh, yeah, my Ko-fi. So, yeah, I know it's been quite a lot. Like, it's random. YouTube is for the most part very reliable, but I can't really explain what has been going on like of late. Just in terms of the fact, like, if you look back on any video before September, no, before August. So if you look back on my June videos or anything like that, you will see you will see that, like, I mean, if you noticed at the time, I would have replied to your messages, I would reply to your comments. Um, but if you were to look back now, you will see that all my replies have disappeared. And that sometimes if you reply to my reply, your reply will still be there, but my reply is gone. And there's nothing I can do about it. I can't bring them back. And it's thousands of of messages that I have left. And like, if someone was looking for something, I would tell them, and all these different things, all completely gone. So um it just like reminded me, like it was a brutal awakening to the fact that I don't actually control YouTube. So that's one thing. But also with my Kofi memberships, you'll notice that there are some really incredible people in the chat all the time. Like Astro Cleo, Miss Ebony, Derwood, and so many, and Marina, so many other amazing people. And they are all Kofi members. And essentially on my Kofi, it is an art membership where you will have extra access to exclusive videos, where you'll have access to live streams, to Zoom calls, but also to like a community where you can chat with other artists of all skill levels pretty much every day if you want to, or just when you want to. And it's also a place where I share resources and just so much more. And it is linked down below in the description. I just think that if you enjoy um, the community that we're building here and you enjoy the YouTube videos and everything else, then you will definitely enjoy the Ko-fi. And I feel like I mention it a lot, but also not that much, so, or not clearly. So I hope that that kind of clears things up. It's linked down below in the description. This month, I have done 2 art challenges that are available on there. And I've also created like the swatch doodle templates that are available for download as a PDF. And what else did I release? Oh, and I also did like a color guide, just highlighting what colors are warm, what colors are cool, in September's art challenge. So essentially, double check it if you are interested. Are there bots? I can't see bots. Or do you mean computers in general? Um, you should definitely be part of it, Laura. Yeah, losing subs as well. It's very odd. It's very like for me, thank God it hasn't affected me. But I think some people have said that if all of a sudden they get like a high number of views, YouTube has actually like stripped their monetization and kind of said like, are you a bot or have you paid for this? And there's no way to like really appeal it. So one of like a YouTuber who I watched he had his monetization drop by 90%. So it's just wild when you think about it. It just makes you think, no, like if you are interested in YouTube and interested in anything, I think it's worth not having all your eggs in one basket is the general crux of the matter. But let us start off with this. I want to put it in a way that makes sense. Can you see? Can you see it? Okay, so what I thought that we would do to loosen up, even though we're going to be painting, is It just about fits, is a 1 minute drawing of this. And I almost feel like 1 minute might be too much, but as my Kofi members will know, I hardly ever stick to time. And the aim of this is literally just do what you can in that minute. You'll see like this one I did in a minute before. Um, I'm not expecting masterpieces, but if you want to do this, let's go. Can you see the timer okay? Yes. Good. So hopefully you can see the flower as well. And if you can't, if it's more for you like it is for me, then in the next one we can make that one bigger rather than my actual drawing. So the aim of this, obviously usually I'm not talking as I'm doing it, is to just convey the main points of what you're looking at and what like draws your attention most. Um, I've started with this one because there's really only one like main focal point. So it's quite like not necessarily easy to do, but it's I think it's just a little bit more focused if you want, if you know what I mean. Uh we have 5 seconds left. And okay, that's 5 seconds. So that's 1 minute done. I think that's pretty good if I do say so myself. Obviously, it doesn't look like the reference that much, but the aim was just to be like really loose and to warm up. So that's 60 seconds. I'm gonna tell you a funny story about where this flower came from. But we'll talk about it later on in the stream when it makes sense. Now, are you happy with that size, or would you prefer that being bigger, if that makes sense? Let's see. Sometimes it's quite good having like a small picture because you know how a lot of the time people tell you to like look at something and squint at it. Perfect. Thank you, Lara. Yeah, look at something and squint at it. This is almost like you're squinting, right? Like you can't focus on the minutiae detail. You can only see like the main things that shout out at you because it's a small picture. So I don't want you to strain, but but I do think that usually having it a bit smaller is a good thing. So let's do this again. 1 minute for this one. My timer's on 1 minute 30 seconds. I don't really know how to change it. Oh no, I do. Okay. 1 minute. Oh yeah, please. Thank you, Rachel. I feel like given how long it's taken me to go live, I can't even ask you guys to do anything because I already appreciate you still being here. But if you would be so kind as to hit the like button, that would be awesome. And it would let YouTube know that we actually enjoy Astro Cleo, that we actually enjoy live streams. So let's do another one for a minute, starting now. So the first thing that quite perhaps obviously catches my mind is, or my eye, is this bright yellow flower. I find it interesting, hard, maybe just interesting doing these kind of studies because I look at it quick and try and think like, okay, well, what do I want to actually convey? And then I also find myself not looking at it that much because it's almost like, okay, flower with petals, and I start doing that as quick as I can. We have 25 seconds to go. Um, so I don't really know if there is a right or wrong way to do this. Like, am I actually meant to be looking at it and trying to get all the super important details down, or is getting the impression of it enough? And the way that I go about it, as you can probably tell, is just impression. And that is me cheating, but that is another 60 seconds. And I'm using this is like a random, this is a sign pen, Pentel sign pen. Um, Yay, got out Sketchbook. That's awesome. Good. We all should. It's a fun thing to do. It's definitely cheating. Um, yeah, so these flowers I actually took these pictures I took myself. We can do another one because I have fun with this, and then you almost like get this sense of accomplishment because you do so much in such a short period of time. Shall we try a bit of a harder one? So not this one. Let's try this one is one that I kind of want to paint later, but we can try it now as like a warm up. Oops. Do you know what? I actually think is this cutting my it's like there's something different about these photos. That's what it is. Oh, it is so funny. No, so they could all be challenging. However, I feel like, the more elements there are, the harder it can be sometimes. Oh, thank you, Laura. I think it's something that comes with practice. It's genuinely that I'm looking at it and just thinking, like, what is the thing that shouts out most to me? So when we did this one, like to me, initially is like that bright yellow flower. Like that's pretty much all I can see. And then once I've kind of done that, I'm like, okay, well, what other elements can I see? And I saw a rose down here that next, and then I really wanted to capture like these random purple details in the background. I didn't even see this like tiny flower that has the petal to the right, that's around about here. I didn't see that. I just saw like this squiggly purple one that I wanted to convey, and this I knew wasn't the shape, but I didn't like the shape that was there, and if I had more time I would have probably added the other green stems there. So it's just oh, thank you so much, Astroglio. Sorry. But yeah, it's just a really fun and quick exercise to do. So let's try doing one more and then we can start painting. Ooh, I feel warm, probably from stressing to get on. Let's do this one. Oopsie. Okay, now for this one, shall we do 90 seconds? It's gonna fly by, but it's still super fun to do. So let's gonna put that down. 30 seconds starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay, go. And I said 30 seconds, but you know what I mean. 1 minute and 30 seconds. And the thing that again catches my eye first is that flower. And it's annoying because I know that I would love to kind of like demonstrate that it's on the side. And oh, I guess I did that there. I thought I wouldn't be able to. And then next is the rose. We have 1 minute left. And again, then following that, what I thought would catch my eye is not what actually caught my eye. So I like that. Is it lavender? What is that? No, it's not. But purple flowers at the top. And then there's some red flowers separate here. But then I also want to do these. I normally leave the big leaves till the end because I feel like they take less time. But I also feel like it adds quite a nice element to the composition. So I'm going to add that now. Then this is me conveying all those tiny, pretty purple flowers that I just can't demonstrate any other way. And then that small purple flower that I just always seem to ignore. And okay, so this is a good example. Looking at it, we have 10 seconds left. I'm just going to do some big element here, big element here. And these are things that I don't see, but I thought would just help it look a little bit more balanced. And there we go. What time is it in England? Yeah. exactly 23:34. Yeah. So it is late, but it's okay. Like, this is good for the soul, you know? So I'm writing 90 seconds for that. How did everyone find that one? I feel like when I look at these, I'm either gonna look back and be like, wow, these are wonderful, or I look back and I'm like, what was I doing? Um so, and you can do them like super, super quick. We'll do one more. And I know I said that last time, but I actually enjoy doing this, which is super random because I never used to warm up. But since I've started doing it, it's just nice and quick. Let's giving you a sneak peek of what is to come. I kind of want to oh, you're in Hawaii. Rachel, I'm so jealous. I kind of shall we do oh trying to pick one. I don't think this has any extra bit. I think that ends there. We've done that one already. Okay, let's try this one. So I'm so glad that you think so. Honestly, it's a lot of fun as well. And it gets you to observe what you're looking at as well in a really good way. So for this one, going to give 90 seconds again. Oh, you want to do the second one? I was going to give 90 seconds again. However, doing it in one continuous line, which is why I'm giving extra time, even though it's like not that complex. So what that means is that you put the pen not to like what's the what's the word? Not to patronize you, but as in like put the pen down, start at one point, and then you don't lift your pen up all the way again. You can go back on yourself if you want, but don't like do a petal lift, go here, lift, go there, lift, which is almost like what I'm drawn to doing when I'm doing these because it feels like I don't have time and I need to move around the page as quickly as possible. So let us have fun and be humbled. I'm gonna give 90 seconds for this one again, starting in 2, 1, and let's go. So it's interesting because I almost feel like I have to slow down a little bit. And then my pen, I think, bleeds if well, I feel like it's going to bleed if I were to stay in the same place for absolutely ages. So I don't want to do that. Um, going back on myself because I kind of want to add elements here to show that it's the middle. So can you see what I did there? Didn't lift the pen, I promise. And then going to the side here, we have 50 seconds left. Just doing these berries that we see. And these extra details. And again, extra details here and squiggly lines here. Going round to do leaves. More leaves. 16 seconds. More leaves. Actually, I'm going to turn this into the flower that we can see on the side. And 5 seconds left. Is there anything else? And that's time. That feels a lot harder and it feels like I'm going a lot slower when I'm doing it. And it's fun, but I find it harder to do than the other task, especially because I feel like if you keep going back over the same place, you end up adding like lots of emphasis. And that's not necessarily something that you wanted to do. You just wanted to get to a different place. But still, it is fun. So that is 90 seconds and it is one line drawing. And these are just some exercises that you can do if you want to warm up. So just to show you what we did. Let us hide that for a second. So this, and this. Yeah. And so that's warm-ups done-ish. What I'm really excited to do is paint in my brand new beautiful Etchr sketchbook. So this is the Etchr Perfect Sketchbook. It's the 2023 edition, and the blue cover is hot press, which I'm not usually used to doing, used to using. It has deckled edges, can you see? So like torn edges. It has Fabriano paper inside, so you can see the like watermark on it. And it is very, very, very smooth paper. Usually, normally, I prefer cold press, and I do have the cold press version as well. However, the reason that I've been using hot press is because I've also been using a dip pen to go over, and I feel like, I was told that with dip pens they work better on hot press, so on like smooth paper. So I'm going to continue trying creating on hot press, and then I think at some point, probably not in this stream but in general in life, I will try using the dip pen on cold press paper as well. I've linked everything down below in the description, but just to say, this is the Etchr Perfect Sketchbook, and it's the signature series, not the one that's just called Perfect Sketchbook. And this is perfect for me because it's portrait, it's B5 size, and it's beautiful. And then I have a number of different paints. I have the Kuraki paints, and I was kind of feeling to maybe use them as well. But I also have my Roman Schmall paints. I've got like some Neocolor 2s out as well, should inspiration strike for that. Dip pen wise, this is the Brows, people call it Blue Pumpkin, which is number 361. I honestly don't know much about dip pens or anything like that to advise. I can just tell you that this is the one that I've got, having seen other people use it as well. And then I went on a workshop by Omar Wynn and Claire Therese Gray. I'll be making a video about it very shortly. And through it, Omar Wynn was using the dip pens to like draw and ink as well, and she was using the nut brown. So as soon as I got home, I bought the dip pen and I bought the Winsor & Newton ink, which is the nut brown, and linked down below. So the nib that I have is the Brows 361. I've linked it in the description because the number may be wrong, but I know they call it Blue Pumpkin. So let us begin. Where shall we start? Oh, as I get everything ready, I can tell you about the flowers. I wanted to get flowers, right? And I went to the store, and they were just so ridiculously priced. And not only that, all the flowers were wilting. Oh, as we do that, shall we vote which which paints would you like me to use? The I feel like I'm gonna start with the Roman Schmall, but then tell me which ones you want me to use after. And I will. Hey, freckle face artist, welcome to the live stream. What did I miss? Yeah, so ads are meant to play at the end of the live stream or on replay. Terry, I agree. Blind contour is also a lot of fun. I haven't done that in a while. In fact, once I did like just a painting with my eyes completely closed, and I love it. Like, I absolutely loved it. It's beautiful. And it was like so low pressure. Yeah, no, they really don't know how to take care of them. So all the flowers were wilting. So instead, what I did, which I don't know if it's completely legit, so I'm gonna glaze over it fast, is I looked at bushes in like alleyways and train stations and like tunnels, like just, random bushes that you would normally walk past. And as I did, I started seeing that there were flowers in all these dodgy looking places. So anyway, I'm not recommending anyone does this. However, the pictures that you saw were from were from is a bouquet that I curated from these adventures. And I was initially going to be like, oh, I'll make a video about it. And then I was like, I don't actually know if this is something people should know about me. And it's not something that I do all the time. Like that was the first time I'd done it. But honestly, afterwards, I was like, this is such a beautiful bouquet. Why haven't I like I should do this more? Like this bouquet literally came from like weeds that had grown around construction sites and train stations and anyway, even the roses. So let's start with I'm gonna start with the Remishmon, you know, start comfy, and then I will see how we're feeling about the Kuraki set. I really want to try and use them more. I feel like I haven't used them to their full potential as of yet. Okay, cool. I will, Laura. I'll use both. So let's start. You know what I also feel like? I feel like I need a bigger desk. Yeah, you know what's sad? I then went back 2 days later to those same places to look for because there were loads of flowers. I was like, oh, maybe I'll pick some more. And they'd all wilted because the weather like changed the very next day. So it got it's very cold now. Even though it's sunny, it's very cold. So I think they all wilted. Um, but it's okay. Circle of life in that. I'm not going to time this one. I'm just going to loosely look at it and paint, if that makes sense. So use it as inspiration as opposed to like actually doing the whole painting. I find that I don't know, it might be like a really I don't know, I just feel like sometimes I do things in a very similar way, and a way to kind of break out of that is to paint from life or paint from reference and paint things that I wouldn't normally do, but still I'm interested in. So for example, rather than being like, okay, I'm going to paint animals, which I never do, although you can do that. Instead, I'm going to paint flowers, but I'm going to paint them from references and include flowers that I think are beautiful, but usually I don't paint, such as this bright yellow one here. And it's interesting having such smooth paper. Just going to add water, but not paint. And now I'm going back and I'm going to pick up some magenta and add some more paint just so that it's not all one color and let it blend. I definitely feel like I am still very much a beginner when it comes to hot press. Can I say that? I don't know. I'm still finding my feet with it is basically what I'm trying to say. Just adding some blue to that as well. And let's do the rose. It's always interesting painting white because you want like the lightest of color. I say picking up in Danthro blue. I don't even think I want that. I think I want like a warmer color. I'm gonna move this down a little bit so that I have some palette space and add lots of water. Should be more yellow maybe, but that's fine. I feel like when it's so, don't know, find white hard to do. So I'm just adding a little bit more color. Also hard to balance when it's like, oh, do I want it to be super delicate or do I also want you to be able to see it? It's a mixture of both, you know? But this is dreamy. I really like um the leaves at the front. I think that's an perhaps an odd thing to love most, but it is definitely one of the things that I really, really like about this reference. And as I'm doing this, I'm trying to think about the stuff that like Omar was talking about. Um, in part, that you don't have to add every detail, especially because we're going to go back with the ink pen and ink things in. So she was encouraging me to be a lot looser than I normally am, which was interesting because I thought I was already quite loose. That's me adding corn. Can you see how like it moves the paint around? Beautiful paints. Kind of like a bully though. It's literally moving everything out of its way. And it kind of did that here as well. So I may let that dry and then go back and add a bit more. Um, but you can see, I think it's so interesting because I almost feel like, hold on, let me get rid of that blue. Can you see how it's taken over the whole flower? The flower that was once a completely different color is now blue. Um, hey Shah, the luscious green leaves. I agree. Brianna's description is so accurate, literally like a track star just running around the page. I think that's probably a good place to stop. I'm just wiping off some of that excess. And then we'll be able to, I'm just going to make some more purple actually, like I said before, and add it in. But also one of the things that I need to remind myself as I do this, I already feel like I am overworking it, but that's okay. I'm just adding a few splatters here, there, and everywhere. And then I will let that dry. And as that dries, or maybe I will dry it. Because normally, like, you want to let it dry, especially if you're going to get lots of granulation and things. But I'm not that pressed for granulation. There's nothing really that I added that should be granulating wildly. Hey, Marcy. Yeah, oh, thank you, Terry. You're so kind. Um, I definitely feel like I'm still trying to find my feet with hot press, and I may very well end up going back to cold press, sorry. So going back to texture, and just dealing with however the dip pen works on it. It's we shall see. Like I like it, but I just feel I don't know. I just feel like cold press is my favorite. Okay, I'm gonna mute you for a second, and I'm gonna dry this. Hey, I'm back. um, Let me catch up. So Inktober, no, I'm not doing any Inktober. I'm sorry, saw spider, and that was the end of it. Yeah, no, I don't tend to do Inktober. Like I've never done it. I don't know. I don't tend to like those kind of prompts or those kind of art challenges. So I always like the community feel and the fact that everyone's kind of creating at the same time. But that it never really appeals to me. So usually, I think that's in part why I create my art challenges. Like I like creating general themes or directions, but not be like, do this, do that. I don't know. It makes sense to me, but no, I haven't done any um Inktober ever. But I'm curious to see if anyone else is doing it or any other challenges. In the newsletter that I sent out last week, I like highlighted I think 6 different challenges that were going on this month, and there's so many more. Hey Martine, welcome. Martine discovered me this morning. Which video did you see? Was it the one about how many sketchbooks I have? Which is wild. This is one of them, so we're making our way through it. Okay. No, I was going to balance my ink on my sketchbook, but that feels like a pretty risky thing to do. So let's balance it on the side instead. And let's go over it with ink. So a couple of things that I've been told. I've linked the nib and the nib holder in the description. And I watched a few videos before starting, and one of the things that they recommend as well is that you when you first use it, you dip it in some like hot water for like 10 minutes, and that apparently is meant to help with the absorption. It's interesting dip pens because the lines are so expressive, and I feel like it takes some getting used to. Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, the lines are completely perfect, exactly what I want them to be. And then other times like a huge splodge will come, and you just gotta embrace that. So I guess all of this is leaning towards me being looser. And then when I am inking, I am kind of looking at the reference, but also just generally looking to see if there's anything that's missing that I want to add, like any extra details. I'm not outlining everything, just outlining some things. And obviously, like in areas where it's darker here, you can add a few details. You just won't see them quite as clearly as anywhere else. Here, for example, the more details you add, the more they'll clearly be seen. And I don't know, it's got like a really playful, cartoony style to it, I feel. Has anyone like used dip pens? What are your thoughts on it? It now reminds me, like many years ago, I got a pen from Venice, and it was a dip pen. I didn't know. I thought it was a broken fountain pen. But I think I kept it for decoration, so I need to like look and actually find it. And now that I know that in theory I can use it, I was like, oh no, it's missing the bit to add ink. So when my hand goes off screen, I'm just dipping the ink, dipping the pen inside the ink, and now just adding a few extra details. And the thing that Omar had mentioned that I don't usually tend to do is like the fact that you can also add details with just ink that aren't where the paint is. So you don't have to be restricted to where you painted. You can add extra details on the side. But yeah, I think the bit that so I'm going to add a few extra petals, but the bit that I probably struggle with is not overworking it. And also I think maybe adding less paint, if that makes sense. Like I should probably add less paint. Because I almost feel like I do all the main details with the paint, and then that means that I'm not adding that much with the ink. But I think it's a balance. Like if you really like, because you know the beauty of the watercolor is that you're adding color and texture. So let me see. Just trying to see if there's anywhere that needs any extra ink. But I think that's pretty, sorry, loose and fun enough. Let me catch up. Whoops. Thank you so much for joining, Lara. You made your own prompts. Yeah, that's the thing. I think there's so many different creative ways to go about all these art challenges. Yeah. No, I'm the same. I think I don't know, like what if I don't feel like painting a spider that day? Do you know what I mean? So so I usually, yeah, I tend to struggle with most challenges, I think, apart from the ones that I make myself. And I'm catching. Oh, thank you so much, V. That's so sweet. Oh, how do I say thank you in German? This is so terrible. All I'm thinking is like guten Tag, which is good day. But thank you. Oh, the one with all my sketchbooks. Yeah, it's wild, man. It's actually wild. I thought I had like 50 sketchbooks and I thought I was like it was an accurate estimate. Like I looked around the room, I was like, okay, yeah, I think it's 50. And then when I counted it, it's actually, I'm gonna have a drink of Coke. When I counted it, it was actually um 74, 75 sketchbooks and 104 like total, like if I added sketchbooks, sketch pads, sketch blocks and everything. And now I'm not gonna lie, I probably have a few more because I'd forgotten that I'd ordered a couple of sketchbooks. Mm. Yeah, thank you, Laura. You're so sweet. This is one of the things that I really enjoy about the dip pen. It is that you can like that line there, being super thick. It just feels like more illustrative. Like even oh, you can't see it. Hold on this side. Let me move it. There we go. On this side, like the line widths are completely different. Like if you look here, it's like thick, and then like here is thick, here is thin, here is like thick and thin. I just love that effect. And I'll catch up and then I'll do another painting. I literally, I got a set in particular for the blue pumpkin. Just looking at the ink, yeah, in particular for the blue pumpkin, but I don't know about the rest. Like very, very, very early days, but having a lot of fun with them. Be careful, Martine. I just feel like my desk is too small. It's good for the space, but it's small for me. So the risk of spilling is high, but thank God I usually am all right. Mm. You have some nibs as well. See, I didn't know like nibs were a thing. I thought, expressive lines, get yourself a fountain pen, and that is still probably true. But nib pens are a lot of fun that I just did not know and did not discover until recently. And I got like nut brown, but now I'm thinking, oh, like, what if I got a nice purple ink to line like my paintings? Oh, thank you. Danke. How can I finish? How can I forget danke? Danke schon. Painful. Thank you, Miss Ebony. Laura, you have 3 nibs. What have you guys ordered more of? And how can I get you to actually use them? I feel like this is my mission now, given that I have so much that I also haven't used, is to transition into using them, which I think if you've watched this channel for a long time, I feel like you will agree that I've come a long way. Like before, it would have taken me a solid few years to unwrap this bad boy. But look at us here on a live stream doing loose painting on an Etchr signature series perfect sketchbook. Who would have thought? It wouldn't have been me. I would like we've come a long way. 100% cotton. Do you remember when I wouldn't even use 100% cotton watercolor paper because it just felt like I was wasting it and my skills weren't even good enough? Look at us now. No, I agree. I love sketchbooks. And that's the thing, I should have known. I don't know how I got the estimate so wrong because before sketchbooks and before art, I really loved notebooks. Like I always loved stationery, but notebooks especially. And it just transitioned from notebooks to sketchbooks. Oh, you can dip it into watercolor and paint with it. Yes, Brianna. Okay, Brianna, I haven't gone that far. I still, yeah, it's still unused, Brianna. I'm so sorry. I am so, so sorry. It's still unused, but we're making progress. We're making progress. I feel like it's still unused because why is it still unused? I don't know. I don't know. I'm still probably a bit too precious about it. And I think also I then started getting even more art supplies. So other supplies started taking priority. But like you said, thank you for the grace. Definitely baby steps. We'll see. Hopefully, before the end of the year, we'll have actually used it. I'm thinking about using the Kuraki paints now. I just do not know how to get all of this in screen. That is the challenge that we're facing now. So I'll probably have the Kuraki paints off screen. Yeah, maybe that's why. Because I fell in love with Roman Schmall. I was like, oh, just using it all the time. It's like become my comfort paint. So it's like, oh, if I want to paint something really nice and I want to understand how the paints will work, I'll get my Roman Schmall. If I um if I just want to relax and mess around, I get my Roman Schmall. Like it's become my all-round paint. So that's probably why. But I will use it. Oh, thank you so much, Terry. Let me make sure I have. If I miss a comment or I miss a question, please just write it again. It's just, multitasking. Um, Sometimes if the chat goes fast, I miss something. And there was a comment about, yeah, like Astroglio forced me to use 100% cotton watercolor paper for swatching. Um, Before that, I was a lot more stringent with it. And I think Bao Hong is what got me to use 100% cotton watercolor paper point blank period because it was affordable and I used it and I was like, what? This paper is wild. This paper is so good. So I have my Kuretake next to me. And because I do not have a swatch card to hand, what I'm going to do is very quickly, very roughly, just swatch them out here. This is my this is nice. This is my Sea White sketchbook, which is the sketchbook that I told myself would be my new low pressure sketchbook, and it's got watercolor paper inside it. And I'm just because the colors that you see in the pans are not actually like accurate. It's always better to have a swatch card. So then we'll have this to hand, and ooh, that's a nice color. We'll have this to hand, and then I'll be able to pick out what colors I actually want to use. This is by no means necessary. Bright yellow. And I've made a whole video from ages ago, years ago now, about the Kuretake paints. And it's funny, I went back and watched it. Just lifting a little bit to get rid of the colors that I'd added. Yeah, I went back and watched it like a few days ago. And it's so funny looking back on my old videos. I still enjoy them, which I think is a good sign. Why did I watch it back? I think I watched it back because I wanted to get more colors and I don't know. I think I was just curious because I hadn't used the paints in a while. I was curious to know what my opinion of them was at the time. It's funny. Funny. I feel like I'd forgotten. Let me. I'm reading your comments as I go. Oh, I'm so glad that you found it great, and you've come at a great time because it took forever, as people will tell you, to actually go live. I'm so grateful that you guys stayed, honestly. Mm, who's who am I missing? What am I missing? Laura, who are you talking about? Oh, Rosa Gallery are great. Actually, I got into them because a very kind subscriber sent them to me like last year. And I definitely think they are underrated. Just going over these again. Yeah, I love Rameshwar. And Rosa are good. Rosa are really underrated, I think. I did a video, like in that unboxing video, I did like swatches and stuff. I'm trying to think about where I put them, whereabouts in my drawer they are. But I do think that they are well priced, underrated paints. I don't have the full range. Like I think I have a few of the colors. Oh, this is really nice. Hold on, I'm blocking it from you. Can you see this beautiful color? My only thing is, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, like my only thing, so I think that they're good quality paints. I believe that they are relatively light fast. I'm talking about the Rosa Gallery, by the way. Um, my only question is, I don't know about like whether they have like granulating or special colors or special paints or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? If anyone knows, let me know. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Not to say that every line should have granulation, but like, you know how it feels like certain paints are known for certain things. I think they would probably be known for like being like good, reliable paints that are underrated. Like some would say Schminke has like the super granulating paints, but otherwise they're just like reliable paints. Daniel Smith has beautiful colors, reliable paint. Like I also love Daniel Smith, unfortunately. um, but I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for paints. I love paints. Oh, Becky's Kuraki video. Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday on in Kofi. Let me take this off. I actually realized that I didn't realize, so I spent ages um looking through my Kuretake set to make sure that I didn't get duplicates, and then I didn't realize that each set was an addition until I watched Becky's one, and I was like, that's why there were no duplicates. Number 64. There we go. Oh, sorry. This page is going to look like absolute mayhem at the end. Normally when I do like these, sometimes I like doing florals. I think actually for the original video of this, I just did florals of each flat of each color to see what they look like. But I figured it would probably take too long in the live stream. They are very budget friendly. Like they're definitely underrated. Like, you know, I love Romish. I do. Oh, this is beautiful. I love Romish. I really do. The prices have gone up, and I don't think that the prices have gone up to a point where they are like, I don't think they're the wrong price. I think that back in the day they were definitely cheaper than they should have been, and that was one of the things that I loved. Oh, this is nice. that I absolutely loved about them was their price point. And I was like, "Oh, damn, they've caught on to the fact that they were undercharging and they've started charging what they should." And I feel like probably the same could be said about Rosa Gallery. Like, they are probably undercharging. Not under yeah, yeah. And I feel like at some point they're gonna realize and be like, "Hold up, we could charge more." This is an interesting color. I will probably okay. I was thinking I'll probably never use, but the more I can't tell if it's a burnt or a raw amber. Maybe I think it's burnt. I think it's burnt. Also don't understand why. There we go. Yeah, no, I love Remishmore. I think I also love it because it's like a small company that's doing big things. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, they don't even have a website. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, they're proper small company, and yet they're on Jackson's, they're Art Miranda, they're everywhere. I'm not gonna swatch out the white because why bother? Let me swatch out the silver. Can't really see it. Let's swatch out the gold. I don't think I'm gonna see any of the metallics really. Gold, okay, we can see gold. I normally use the Etchr gold. Like, quite a few people have started asking me what I use. I'm like, oh, I always say it's the Etchr golden watercolors. Okay, so these are the colors that we have in the Kuraki set available to us. Sorry for the mess that is this page. I really wonder what I'm going to do over this page to make it better in the future. But I want it somewhere that I can see it. If you could see the way everything is balanced on my desk right now. So let's move that to the side, move that here, put that here. So now I have a rough key of the colors that are available. And next time what I will do is, because I did make a swatch card at some point, but I have misplaced it. Yeah, he's such a humble guy. You know, he emailed me and I was like, why does this guy keep ending the emails with Roman? Like I thought that it was like an employee in Romish Mall. And I was like, why doesn't he like, I like as a thought, I thought, oh, is he also called Roman or is he just signing off as the business name? And then I realized it's actually Roman Small. I was like, oh my gosh, I feel so honored. Felt like I was talking to a celebrity. Mm, so let's start with this. I don't know. Shall we look at I kind of let's try this one. Honestly, Laura, I completely agree. I should definitely be their ambassador. Like, I feel like I am their ambassador. They just don't know it yet. Um, or rather, they haven't hired me for the role, but that is definitely what I am. Unsolicited ambassador. No, I agree. They're not. Miss Ebony. So that's one of the things that's going to make it even more interesting to work with because um I don't know, like I feel like I would probably and do probably use them like Western paints. And I think when I watched back my video, that was one of the things that I had even forgotten about because I'd watched quite a few reviews that were basically saying that they're not good paints. And I was like, well, it's not that they're not good paints, is that they are different to like other Western paints. So if you are expecting them to behave the same, you will not be pleased. But that doesn't mean I was like, leave the paints alone. I know, Laura, right? Like, if Roman was watching, this is your call to action. Make me an ambassador. The thing is, what would happen if I were an ambassador? I don't actually No. Like, yeah, I don't know. Um, this feels wild with color. Uh, the key is actually, oops, the key is actually quite helpful. Uh, mhm, 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 mhm. The thing that I find so interesting about like looking at, okay, I say the key is helpful and then I completely ignore it. uh, the thing that I find interesting about these references is that you do end up creating completely different things. Because I look at the reference and I'm like, wow, look at all those beautiful colors. And yet, when I'm trying to do the painting, I'm like, is this going to look completely chaotic? Time will tell. This purple right here is beautiful. Um, so, some of the points that I think were made about the paints is that they can get quite opaque. They can be quite opaque. They don't do that well mixing them. Like it's almost like it's a set where you want to have the convenience colors because you want to use them as they are fresh out of the pan. And that is why they don't come with like a palette to actually mix on. So right now, I'm not mixing any of these colors. I'm just picking them up and putting them straight down. Mhm. Can you see me resisting to use the oranges? Just like, I don't want to add orange. This, think after this, I will, what will I do? I think after this, I'll probably stop using references. I don't know. I like that swoop. Oh, that's interesting. It's being repelled. That shouldn't be happening. Is it the paper? Is it the paint? Did I lean on it? We shall never know. Is that loose enough? Are we seeing any other colors? I think we're seeing a few pinks here and there. So let's add some pinks here. Make it a little bit weaker and add some pinks there. That's the thing. I find this reference quite hard. I think in part also because I'm using a whole bunch of colors that I normally wouldn't. But that is the fun of it. Because I feel like sometimes if you literally just keep making the same things over and over and everything that you look at, you're like, oh, wow, this is complete perfection, then are you really pushing yourself? And that's not to say that you should push yourself all the time, but I don't know. Don't want everything to be samey. Let me move this. So yeah, don't, not that you can't mix, you can mix, but they tend to get muddier easier. You can have it translucent, but they tend to work well really opaquely. And we shall see how I'm going to turn this into, we're going to trust the process and see how I'm going to save this with ink. I wanted to make this darker. Yeah, there we go. Once this dries. Thank you, Martini. I feel like I don't know. I don't. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I get free stuff. I'd be down for free stuff. To be fair, they're giving me free stuff. I talk about it. I still buy from them. It's wild, actually. Like my Aunt Miranda order was me replacing the colors that I've run out of, and it's so unlike me to run out of paint. So I'm like, oh my gosh, finally. Oh, you'll have to use their watercolors exclusively. Oh, that would be. Can you do? Can they make you do that? Now that you say it, I do feel like, some of the artists that I have seen, like ambassadors, not for Romish Moore, but like Daniel Smith, for example, I do only see them use their paints, but I thought that was choice, not because you're an ambassador. That might be the tricky thing. I don't know. I mean, I do love them, but could I really stop using everything else? Ooh, I need to. I don't know, but I think Tara, this is a genius video idea. I don't know what colors. And we are all eagerly awaiting Romishmore creating tubes, which I know I will then turn into half pans anyway, and still I want it. And I also want it. I want it for a number of different reasons. One is I also feel I will be able to like mix my own colors. The common mixes that I do, I will just be able to make and have them in my palette. I'm going to mute you for a second and dry this as I drink and as I catch up on the comments, which I keep falling behind on. I'd love to go to Poland. So when they're ready, I'm ready. Okay. I'm back. Sorry. I feel like I'm getting, I don't know, is it, I don't know if it's me or the fact that I'm using hot press paper. So the water is sitting on the paper for longer. I don't know. I thought that it's meant to take longer to dry, but I'm finding uh the opposite to be true. Honestly, I would love to travel and showcase my art and create with you guys. In fact, I know that I've probably missed a lot of the chat, but in fact, there's this I was looking at different companies that I, in theory, could potentially do with it, just daydreaming in the future. And one of them requires me to send a survey, which I will link in the description. No, oh yeah, I'll link it in the description, but I've also sent it in the chat. And essentially, 50 people have to complete the survey, and based on the answers, they will determine um, if I could host a trip, if that's something that would make sense for me to do. So I've put the link there in case you are interested in completing it. And I think, like, in the options, because it's like generic, it's not just for artists, it's for it's open to like anyone in terms of the trips that they organize. Some of the suggestions on there might be a little bit random, but there is a suggestion at the bottom that's something like workshop with your host. So if you're looking at it and you're like, I don't want to go hiking, don't click off. It's just because hikers can sometimes go on there. Just scroll down and that will be grand if you could do that. And I don't know, hopefully one day, like it is something that I would love to do, have host art retreats. Um, yeah, like sometimes like when I'm trying to go to sleep, I like plan it out in my head, like what I would do and who I would work with and who would come, and getting to meet like MVPs face to face and Kofi members face to face. And yeah. Who did I miss? Oh, hi. I don't remind I always say your name wrong, like SR Sig. Shall I just say SR Sig? I feel like you told me your name last time and I completely forgot it. Yeah. That yeah, I'm down to do that. Like I can think of, I did a video where I highlighted my top 30 Roman schmall colors, but I feel like that was very much influenced by the colors that I liked. Maybe like half were the colors I would pick, and the other half were colors that um you you also suggested. So it would be nice to literally look and just do my own. Hey, see you in a bit, Mrs. Z. So I will do that, and then we'll see. This is how we make dreams come true. And if it starts, we'll always remember you. And this is where it started. But yeah, let's add some ink to this. So can you see some of the observations with the Kuraki is that if you lay it on thick, sometimes it's like a little bit shiny. I don't know if you can see the shine. Can you see the shine in any way? Sorry. It's less so on here because I added lots of water, but more so, it's not going to show you, is it? You may just have to believe me that here in this darker area, it's shiny. And like here on the edges, it's shiny as well. Hey, Gwen, no worries at all. You can watch it on the replay or also while you're here. Both are fine. And if you are watching and you're enjoying this, don't forget to hit the like button. Always super helpful. I'm just going to add a few bits of ink. A super thick blob, but you can't quite see it. But sometimes when that happens, I then like go back to it and almost do like continuous line drawing, using up all that ink to add extra details. If you leave it, it will dry as well, but I don't know, sometimes it's a fun extra thing to do. It will still be thick, but you won't have to go back and forth quite as much. Thank you. It is a lot of fun. I just can't believe that I haven't used it before. And to be fair, like I did want expressive pens. That's why I started using the Lamy. Oh, did you see that? Really big blob. But I like that. It looks like a teardrop. So I'm going to work with that. I'm not going to connect it to the rest. And I think that is, whoops, that's a lot bigger than I intended. As is that, but it's okay. In some of the pieces that I created before, sometimes like what I will then do when I go back is, so this is what I mean about like pulling the ink from there. But sometimes what I'll do when I go back is literally do splatters of paint, but also splatters of ink. And just dragging that across. So it's very much learning the process. And I think like I've seen lots of people draw with these dip pens and they get very precise lines, and you know, you have a sheet of paper next to you to make sure that you don't get unintended blobs, and you do like practice runs and then you commit to the final thing. And I think that you can do that if you want as well. I just also kind of think that it depends what you're going for. Like I like the slightly messier look. Not always, but specifically, like, I don't know, at the moment, maybe shall we just say it's the phase I'm going through. And when I want more precise lines, I will go back to like my uni pens or you know my point liners, like the Pentel ones, or I don't tend to use microns much because I feel like I don't know why they're so expensive. When there are other pens that have similar sizes, but you know, I'll go back to fine liners basically if that's what I want. And if I want an in between, then I'll just keep using um, my fountain pens. I just want to add a few details. And I can't remember who was mentioning that they also struggle with like going to add a dot here, that they also struggle with almost like creating the same flowers, but then also struggle with using references where it's almost like you get too tight with them. And there's something else that I do to help with that, as well as I'm just want splatters. I feel like Cruella de Vil. And this, but it won't happen. Okay, there we go. Just a few splatters to show like workmanship. But yeah, sometimes what I will do is rather than looking at reference photos like this, where it's like the whole bouquet, I'll look at an element. So, for example, if I looked at this and I was like, oh, I really like, they're not sunflowers, but I'm like, oh, I really like the sunflowers in there, then I might get a reference of a sunflower. Sorry, I don't know why I've left that. I might get a reference of a sunflower and know that I'm going to do a bouquet, but then I have one element that I'm going to add that I can look at, if that makes sense. So I will look at bouquets or look at things for inspiration, but rather than recreating the whole thing, I will just focus on a certain element and do that. Another thing that I did as well, hold on, let me show you in 1 second, is sometimes literally just looking through like bouquets and looking at different floral elements and drawing them, sketching them, just to get some muscle memory in and to get me to observe what it is that I don't often do, basically, like why everything's looking samey because I'm doing the same leaves and I'm doing the same flowers. So what are the elements that I don't normally do? But here we go. Hey, Betsy. It's so funny because if everything had gone to plan, we would have probably finished by now, but it was uh-oh, got ink on my hands. It was such a mission to come online. But thank God we're finally here. Just whoops, cleaning the nib and cleaning my fingers, getting rid of some of that ink. And oh, a twig. That's the thing. You can really just use anything. My swatches still haven't dried, the Kuraki ones. So, shall we? I need to let this dry. Do I have another back? Oh, maybe. See, I feel like the ink takes ages to dry. In general, I'm thinking about. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this to dry, and I'm gonna bring my everyday sketchbook out. As I get it, get yourself a drink, stretch, rehydrate, hit like on the button. Miss Ebony, that's a good point. But you know, that's one of the art challenges that we did. I can't remember if I remember which one it is. I will. Oh no, I've got ink all over here. If I remember which one it is, I will link it in the description. But it's one of the Kofi art challenges where I made like a number of different abstract pieces for reverse coloring. Lorna created a really beautiful piece actually from it. But I can certainly do more of it. That's such a. You guys are coming up with all these great ideas. Oh yeah, that's what. Oh, Mrs. Z. Oh, Mrs. Z. Because you asked, why not? That's not what we were gonna do, but we can. Because it is what I was going to talk about when I got distracted earlier. Or rather when I distracted myself. But yeah, so one of the things that I was talking about is that sometimes I will look at bouquets and look at different elements. Where is it? Look at different elements and paint them. But then sometimes what I will literally do is, where did I do? It's in here. What I will also do is, oh, here it is. Just try to do something like this. So let me remove this so you can see me and move this up. So I'll do something like this where literally I start with what I'm used to and then I try to change it and I try to change again and I try to change again. I try and do like as many as I can or a decent number. And if I get stuck, then I will look at inspiration and be like, okay, well, what else can I do? Another thing that you can do is literally like look from life. So this is another tiny bouquet. Oh, you can't see it that I made here. So for example, could look at this bit and be like, okay, well, this is a beautiful floral element that I never include. How can I? And the leaves aren't like perfectly round either. And just observing or like looking at this leaf. Basically, I hope it's not crazy, but I've looked around and I'm like, oh, look at those leaves, look at those flowers. This is like this. So we'll do this as we wait for that to dry and then see how we feel. So let's do I have any pages left in this? No. This would be the ideal sketchbook to do this in. but it's still wet. Okay, let me dry this sketchbook and then we will do some leaves and then we will do some more painting. I'm gonna mute for a second. I could not wait anymore. So I like dabbed them to dry them. But that is okay. What do we have in these pages to come? I can't remember what I saved these for. I think it was literally for swatching. But just to answer welcome, Anna. Just to answer your questions, this sketchbook here is the CY of Brighton watercolor sketchbook. And it has cellulose paper. This one here is the Art Creation sketchbook, and it has like drawing paper that's quite cream. And then my babe, star of the show, is the Etchr. I don't want to close it because it's got ink, but you'll have to trust me on this. It's the Etchr Signature Series Perfect Sketchbook. And it's the signature series. The reason I keep emphasizing that is because they also have one that's not signature series, and that one doesn't have deckled edges, doesn't have Fabriano paper, although it does have 300 GSM, 100% cotton watercolor paper. So this one is my favorite. The blue cover is the hot press, which I'm trying newly, and the brown cover is the cold press. And the cold press is my favorite, hands down my favorite. But we are experimenting and we're pushing things through, and I am trying the hot press and I'm liking it. But it still hasn't won me over from cold press as of yet. My bae. Oh, thank you so much, Shannon. Welcome to the stream. It's so nice to see so many of you here. Let's start with this. So I will be quick with it. Hopefully, I will be quick with it. However, if you want to watch it back, you can, because this will be available on replay. And just want to make sure you can see everything relatively well. Yeah. Yeah, I love cold press. Okay, let's start off with, so I'm going to be picking, I guess, my favorites from here. And then after I've done that, sorry for the loud noise, we can maybe look at my bouquet for inspiration to see if there's any extra shapes. So let's start off with the one that I always do. This is I'm going back to the Romish bowl. let's start with Aquarius green actually. So I'm just mixing like Aquarius green, a whole bunch of different colors with my old green that was there. So it's not pure Aquarius green. This brush is the silver black velvet brush. It's got me hooked. So it's really nice, soft brush. If you know the Princeton Aqua Elite, which is another brush I love, it's a lot softer than the Princeton Aqua Elite and it holds a lot more water. So it has taken me some getting used to. Roman Schmuel have sent me a brush for me to try, which is this one, and it's mixed, which is it's really interesting. I've used it a couple of times, but automatically the one that I picked this time happened to be the silver black velvet. So load your brush with color. I'm going to try and like I feel like I'm using my reference as my reference, and now I'm like, oh, do I even know how to paint a leaf? But I do know how to paint a leaf. So I normally like to start and use the actual like shape and body of the brush to do my leaves. Start with the stem, and then like by applying pressure and then lifting pressure, you get a really nice and organic shape depending on what brush you're using. And obviously I'm using like a round brush. So I'll do that. Start with a point, apply pressure, release pressure, and then do the stem. And then again, sometimes starting with the stem, apply pressure, release pressure. And one of the things that I also like to do is try, if you can, not to have like them coming out at the exact same place. Like you don't want it to be completely symmetrical. You know, you want there to be some variation when you're doing it. So I'm going to do it again here. So for example, sometimes I like starting with the stem, so I know the rough shape that I'm going in, and the leaf at the top will normally follow that shape. Sometimes, so what I did, whoops, you missed it there. So sometimes I did the shape and then here wasn't quite right, wasn't quite smooth, right? So then what I did is a line to almost connect those two ends. Like I don't always do or create completely smooth leaves, and I think that that's fine as well. So like here, for example, it's not completely, but I just create a line to connect it, and that's fine with me. And then it kind of like gives an expressive nature to it, I feel. And then sometimes what I'll do here is like if I'm not sure, for example, I'll do two stems. So it's almost like the stems are allowing me to plan things ahead, and then I'm just varying different amounts of pressure in order to get the leaf shapes. So then here again, I start with the stem, I apply pressure, release pressure, and move. And then if it's like here, I'm like, I don't want to add a line, I want to like smooth it out. I'll go and I'll smooth it out with my brush and correct anything if need be. Yeah, I love Aquarius green as well. It's one of my favorites. And then same again with this one. So applying pressure, releasing, and then going to the stem. And then joining it again. Doing the same here. And then I kind of fell short, so I'm completing it with the tip of my brush. I don't think there's anything wrong with completing it with the tip of your brush. I do know that some people are like, oh no, you want it to be more organic. But again, I think it's a mixture of things. So this here, for example, is more slender than I would like. So I use the tip of my brush to just do a line, but I don't fill in the whole gap. And then I go back, add another stem, apply pressure, release. And again, apply pressure and release. And while this is wet, if you want, you can add more colors. You can add like more variation by making it darker. If you use something like Core, which is what I use, the results are a little bit more unpredictable, if you like. If the paper is drying already and you apply the color, then it might be that you get like blooms or harsh lines. Sometimes if you're using cellulose paper like I am now, you will get harsh lines anyway. So it's not always you. Sometimes it's the materials that you're using as well. So that's like those leaves. And then, okay, so next ones, the other leaves that I tried were these ones, which are quite different for me. And it's just literally, I was just like, I just want to shake things up. So I literally made shaky leaves. So I'm adding some core to my greens just so that we can have a bit of variation. And I mean, don't really know how to explain this other than the fact that so I still start with the stem so that I know the rough trajectory and direction that I'm going in. And then I start at the top of the leaf and I'm literally just moving my brush, sorry, side to side. And that is like literally all I did. And I'm just going back, adding some more color because it's quite blue. And then again, starting here with the stem, applying pressure and like just wiggling my brush. And here, starting applying pressure and wiggling my brush. And then every so often, I find with these ones, I have to go back and just like neaten out the start, not the start, like the end of the leaf, just because I find it harder to get to a point when I am wiggling my brush. Um, and this was literally just very random. But then I did it in this piece and I quite liked it. And I still employed like some similar things of like wiggling my brush. And if I have something that's incomplete and I want to add a line to complete it, I would still do so. But that's pretty much it. Wiggle, wiggle, and then go back sometimes and then make the tip of it straight. Not straight, make it straight. Like a point, basically. And then oh good, I'm glad, Laura. This is I feel so relaxed, like I needed this. I feel like I say this every live stream, but it's true. So let's do another one that I had fun doing was this one. And I'm just making like circular blobs, basically. I'm always starting with the stem, or usually starting with the stem, and that's just so that I can, because I feel like when I'm adding leaves and I'm adding foliage, I'm adding like motion or some sort of like interest or some sort of direction where I want the eyes to go. So for me, the direction that the leaves are going is almost more important than the leaves themselves. So a lot of the time, I'll have like leaves at the top going in this direction and at the bottom going in that direction. So I'm just thinking about like the general motion of the whole bouquet, which is why I tend to start with the stem and then just make nice big juicy circles or ovals rather. So I think these ones were like, you know, more circular, but I actually feel like I prefer the big oval shapes, and that's literally coming from me putting down pressure, and instead of like coming up quickly so that I get a point, I just like come up, instead of like coming up almost like at an angle so that I end on the point, I just literally like push it down, come up. And I hope that that makes sense, but let me know if it doesn't and I'll try and explain it in a better way. But I'm literally going, hold on, I want to make sure that you can actually see what I'm doing. So I start with the stem, go here, and then I'm putting pressure down, and then going on the other side, putting more pressure down and coming round. And then that's it. Don't want them to be completely perfect. Adding another one here, add pressure. And normally I add pressure by putting like this way. Hold on. So I normally have the point of the brush facing the stem so that the point doesn't end up being here, because I want this to be circular, basically. Unless I'm cleaning it up like I'm doing now. And then here again, so point of the brush is pointing towards the stem, applying pressure, coming round, going on the other side. Point is still pointing towards the stem, and again, pressing down, applying pressure, and coming up. And then I've made myself like a circular thing. And if there's some water here towards the bottom, then I just move it down. And if the whole thing is still wet and I want to drop color in, then I can. And it won't bleed. And then I think like these are the main ones. But then, like I said, sometimes it is helpful to look at different elements that we may have, like this one, and seeing like the different shapes. And for me, with this one, it would be like almost going that way. Or maybe, yeah, let me make it go that way. Start with the stem. And it's interesting because some of them have a bit of a wiggle in terms of like the leaves aren't completely smooth, but still it's almost like a amalgamation of the two, like a mixture of this one and this one. So they're thick, but they do have slightly uneven edges. And that's like here now we're looking at them and we are painting them loosely, but also they would be great ones to draw in more detail. And then you can kind of think about planes and how they're facing and where they're going. So I'm doing small wiggle and then filling it in. And it's a fun thing to do, not only with the brushes that you're comfortable with, but also with like different brushes. And I say that because when I try to do, like if I were to try and recreate these again, but instead of using a round brush, using a dagger brush, I would get like a completely different effect, for me anyway. And then last but not least, let's do some of this. So this one here, they're just thinner shapes. So still using the benefit of the body of the brush and dragging down, and then go up, apply pressure, and come down. And then I am thinking about the position of the leaves and like the rough shape that they're in. So I don't want like a leaf to be longer than this one, for example. You can if you want, but I'm thinking rough symmetry or having it roughly pleasing to the eye, and getting smaller as we're getting to the bottom and coming up and down. Mrs. Z, are you happy? Let it not be said that I didn't listen to you. For a second, I thought I was muted that entire time because I saw like the mute the mute symbol. I was like, no. Is everyone happy with that? Let me move this. What can we do? The other thing that I saw that I haven't done much, but I did during the Mrs. C is happy, great. The other thing that I haven't done much, but I did see in the workshop with Claire Therese Gray's, literally having like these different components, for example, like these different floral components, and laying them down so that you can create your own composition. Which feels slightly different to having a bouquet in front of you, because that's like a 3D shape, whereas this, it's still 3D, but you're literally like laying it down and being like, okay, this is going to make more sense if I had like a white piece of paper. Something like this. So then you can have something like, you can almost like lay it in the way that you would want to paint it or that you would want to draw it. You can place things in different ways. You can think about like the different elements that you want. I don't want my roses to die. I mean, they're dying already, but you know what I mean. Look at this. So then like having these different elements, placing them down in a page and having like, it's a very tactile way of thinking about composition and where you want things and how you want to lay things and how would they lay in this page, how much space would they take. So that's something else that you can perhaps try to do if you feel like you want to try creating something different. You keep creating the same things. And when you look at references, you get too tight. Like actually playing around with the different things in front of you and then seeing how you can recreate them. Um, but yeah, that is so I looked around for like colorful flowers, but they were all dead in the space of a day. So all the flowers that I have in this bouquet are beautiful white flowers. You see? And I was particular to like look around and like obviously we just looked at this element and I got some of this and the roses. They smell so nice. But anyway, it's a fun thing. Just look around a bit more. It definitely helped me see more beauty in my surroundings. So these are other leaf shapes perhaps that you could do. So whereas these ones are quite um, pointy at the end, you could do some that are more rounded. Yay, Martine! I'm so glad everyone's like using supplies, especially because I know how hard it was for me to actually start using supplies. So let's. Is my sketchbook dry? I think this ink is going to take a while to dry. Let me see if I can take some of it off. Risking it all. I don't really like the effect of taking it off. It's not bad, but I don't want to like I like this here. I don't want to take that off. I like this here. I don't want to take it off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my everyday sketchbook, which is still 100% cotton, but it's 230 GSM. It's cold press, and then we are going to see how the dip pen works on cold press paper. Although to be fair, the everyday sketchbook, the everyday Etchr sketchbook cold press texture, I feel is very like a light texture, so it almost feels like cheating, but it's fine because I love that I love the paper. I wouldn't mind if it had more texture, but it still feels cold pressed to me. You know, that's a good point. You can do that as well because the real flowers that I did try to like bring, because I did have a yellow flower, it died by the time I got home, and it was only like a 15-minute walk. But to be fair, it was wilting when I picked it, so I guess I should have known. Let me get the sketchbook. You get some water or a drink, stretch, and I will be right back. Just changing the water. Hey, I'm back. And super gentle reminder that if you're enjoying the video, don't forget to hit the like button. And if you want to keep in touch, if you don't want me to, God forbid, all of a sudden disappear with no explanation, join my mailing list. Also, if you want to get freebies. Last freebie I gave was the swatch sheet. So this is the Etchr Everyday Sketchbook. And let me just double check something. As I mentioned, it has 100% cotton watercolor paper, but it's different to the Everyday Sketchbook, and it's different to the Perfect Sketchbook. Sorry, it's different to the Perfect Sketchbook, and it's different to the Signature Series Sketchbook because the paper is thinner, and the Signature Series Sketchbook has like cotton Fabriano artistico paper. But I like it. You see? See, this was with me using the Unipin fine liners or the point liners. So it's a lot more precise. So it'll be interesting to see. Let's do a couple loose ones on here. No tape. And let me get a clip. Have I ever mixed Ganza Tambai with my normal watercolors? When you say mixed, do you mean as in using the same piece or as in like mixing a yellow with a Ganza Tambai yellow with a Western blue and seeing what happens? The answer is no to both, to be honest. But I'm curious to know what you mean, Miss Ebony. Mm, mixing the colors. No, I haven't tried mixing the colors. Do I have a palette? I don't know. I just found that they didn't mix that well with each other, and I never took it any further. But I do have a palette here. Dropping everything. I do have a palette here. Let me make a space. Oh, is it frozen? I know. Just cleaning a space. Let me clean the space as well. I guess it depends on what you're curious about. Are you curious to see if they'll granulate? So would you like me to use like an ultramarine blue, or are you curious to see if they'll get muddy? The opportunities, the questions are endless. Mrs. D still painting leaves. That's great. I hope that snippet was helpful. But that's literally how I started, and then I just kept thinking about different leaf shapes and get rid of more. I just don't know why. Let me know if it's curious about muddiness. Okay. Let me know if it freezes for you. Because it almost keeps. And if the binders resist each other. Okay, so cleaned half this palette for this experiment. Because it's let me get my bringing back my cellulose sketchbook. Mm, let's see. They don't really have a they don't really have like a nice warm blue. I was thinking I'd try and mix purples, but I don't think that would be successful because of the color choice that we have. I don't want to mix oranges. Uh, they have so many pretty greens. Okay, let's try mixed greens then. Let's take which yellow? Let's take this bright lemon-looking yellow. And on this side, we can take the Roman Schmall yellow. I think it's quinopsilone yellow. And let's take, where is my ultramarine? Don't know. Actually, let's let's take phthalo blue. Seems to be mixing fine. Let's see. I will continue adding leaves on this side. So mixed super bright green with a super bright yellow, super bright blue with a super bright yellow, and got a bright green as expected. Let me add some more yellow. Um, it feels like normal watercolor. Adding some more yellow because that's the Kuraki one to see if we get any other effects. Now, obviously, it's getting a bit thicker because of the Kuraki. Let's add which one is phthalo blue? Don't even remember. Anyway, picking up some more blue, basically, some more blue, seeing how it blends. Thing with it blending is also that I'm using cellulose paper, so it's not the fairest test. But it the one with the Kuretake, like more Kuretake than blue, isn't blending as well, but it is blending some. Let's, for comparison's sake, do the same. The Roman Schmall one got swayed a lot more by the blue, if that makes sense, as in the or rather, I guess the more pertinent observation is that the Kuretake one, the Kuretake paint yellow, actually managed to hold its own despite the fact that I added a phthalo blue, like, it didn't just turn blue straight away, which is what happened when I added it to the quinopsilone yellow. Is it freezing for you guys? Because every time I look up on my screen, it's frozen, which is making me a little bit nervous that you can't actually see or hear. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's completely it looks completely frozen for me, but if no, it's not frozen for you. I can see you on my phone, but not my computer. My computer's completely frozen. I'm praying it doesn't shut down. If it shuts down, I I don't even know if I can continue. Uh, yeah, it's counting. Okay, you can see me for now, that's the main thing. I think if it shuts down, I will probably call it a night. Yeah, on my end, I can see the screen on my phone, so I can see, Miss Ebony, your replies. Okay, yeah. But my face cam, which is my computer, has completely stopped working. Unfortunately, my computer is also what is responsible for the stream, so if it shuts down completely, we'll see. I'll try my best to come back. But as long as the face one is the art one is fine, we can continue, I suppose. So, and I'll just try and keep an eye out to make sure that it doesn't completely freeze. We can do yeah, so it's not like acting super wild. I'm gonna take some of the green, like the super bright spring green, and I am going to add some burnt umber. Oh, that's just muddy. Okay, let's try. Hold on. Maybe I picked the wrong color. Burnt umber. Mm, not feeling it. It is more olive, but it's not what I was going for. Wow, my screen is now completely white. I would be very impressed if the stream is still going in spite of this. So funny, my brother and I were talking today about, should I get a new laptop and how long I have left in it. Ah, just today, actually. Is it unfrozen? I'm back. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, we were literally just talking about it earlier today, like how long do I have left, and uh, I really like it, you see. I love my computer. Also, like, I hate the fact that Apple have got rid of USB ports. So I hate the fact that I need to have, like, adapters for, my mic, my camera, my everything. So I've, like, for my hard drive and for my blah, 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 so I've, like, been resisting it, but obviously today has interesting turn of events. So I've taken some of that light pink, ooh, mixed it with core. Core completely overpowered it. No, mixed it with phthalo blue, sorry, which is the Romish ball. Um, oh, that is nice. That's a nice purple, let me show you. I'm not really seeing issues with, like, mixing the 2. I think as long as you understand and you work with the right color temperatures, you will get nice mixes, or at least that's what's happening here. Not getting any weird binder separation, not getting a crazy amount of not really getting, like, any really bad or annoying mixes. Let's see. Let's take is it this yellow? It's orangey looking yellow, and mix it with a little bit of magenta. Is that even magenta? No, that's cherry queen red. Take a little bit more, mix it, take a little bit more. Okay. Is Are my vocals any better? I just muted and unmuted to see if that makes any difference. And as we continue to uh, just pick a random blue, add that. I think the issue is more so when you mix them with each other, they're not the cleanest of mixes, but even then, like, this is Kuraki with a slight hint of the Romish that was left behind, and I think that's when it gets a little bit more dull, like, you can still do it, but I think the colours aren't as vibrant, in my opinion. So taking some more yellow, and some blue. Yeah, you see? Like, and then also, like, getting bleeds and stuff, it happens, but it's not as nice, I think. So I don't know, I think I would just use them differently, all paints have their strengths. You just have to ensure that the strengths align with what you want in your art. Mm. So this whole page is Romish mixed with Kuretake mixed with itself. So I think that when you look at it, you could probably say, like, all these colors are a lot brighter, and then this color is a little bit duller. I think that would be fair to say. Now, back at it. I'm going to this purple. I was gonna clean it all off, but I actually really like this purple. So, although it's as it's diluting, it's getting less and less impressive, but still, I think it's beautiful. And this is the Etchr Everyday Sketchbook. Sorry. So it may behave slightly differently because it is 100% cotton watercolor paper. But I think on here, once it's a bit dilute, it is duller, more dull. I'm just cleaning that off so that I have a small mixing space. And let's look at that beautiful magenta. Adding some, and then as I get further out in my florals, I just tend to add more and more water, just double checking everything is still in working order. Oh, but also still trying to think, if you don't mind completing the survey link, maybe on your phone or something, I'll send it to you now. Just because if there's enough interest, then at least it's something that I can work towards, and that would be working towards, an art retreat at some point. It feels like because they also take forever to not forever, but I think because it takes quite a lot of time to, like, organize and to sort out and to get company and to and notice and just the whole thing. I think if I were to want to do it in 2025, I would have to start planning it now. Um, so this is a good step in that direction. So any and all insights would be very much appreciated, and hopefully one day we can meet in person and do this and more in person. Uh, welcome home, Shah. Adding some yellow. It feels like money. Let me should I do thinking about what color I should add or whether these are enough. Yeah, can you see I've almost run out of my hooker's green again. I feel so, like, excited about the fact that I'm finally using up some of my supplies, you know? And I also think that the benefit of counting how many sketchbooks I had, as well as the complete and utter shock to the system, is the fact that I am feeling a lot less pressure about using all these sketchbooks because I almost feel like I'm racing against time. Does that make sense? Whereas before I was like, "Oh no, I can't use my everyday sketchbook. It has 100% cotton watercolor paper. Like it's too much too precious to use." And there's still that kind of element that I feel. On the other hand, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, if I don't use this sketchbook, the paper's gonna go bad and I'm gonna run out and I have 104 to get to." So it's like all hands on deck, like, free pass and free rein to actually create as much as possible. I'm curious to know if you know how many sketchbooks you have, um, like in total or that you've completed or that you're using at the moment, like best estimates. And the thing is, if I had heard someone ask me this and I had answered what I thought would be truthfully, I would have been completely and utterly wrong. Let Just adding extra details. I want to add light details to that purple one. Almost like I don't want to overpower it, but at the same time, I just think it needs a little bit more interest. Miss Ebony has built a house from the sketchbooks. Honestly, I think I could too. I thought it was 50. Wild. But yeah, I'm glad I counted it. Um, and it's funny because I think, like, even if I had like, I think before, because I saw it on Lindsay the Frugal Crafter's, channel, that's not why I counted, but that's why I shared why I count like, how much I counted, because I almost felt like, "Oh my gosh, I have too many to share." But then when I watched hers and she was, like, quite open about how many she had, I was like, "Okay, I can, I can share." Even though it's more, I can share. Lulabelle, you're 35. Yeah, I remember those days. No, I'm joking. How many of them would you say are, like, in progress? And also, I'm curious to know people's favorite sketchbooks. Not that I'm buying any more at the moment, but, for when I finish my 104 sketchbooks, sketch pads, and whatnot. to know what to go to next. Mhm. I'm wondering, like, what I should do there. You only have 8. Martine, you do not need to catch up. That's the thing, I think, like, I don't think I no, I know I do not have a normal amount of sketchbooks, especially because so many of them are unfilled. Um, I think in part, you know, it's like, I love, sketchbooks in general, but I think in part it also exploded because I was creating videos on YouTube, and it's like, "Oh, yeah," you get recommendations, you get asked for things, you get curious, one thing led to another, and here we are. I definitely don't think that it is what I would say. Like, I wouldn't tell beginners basically to be like, "Yeah, aim to have triple digits in sketchbooks." Um, so don't worry, you do not need to catch up. Yeah, I didn't want to I was literally like, "I can't, I can't." I was in denial for ages. I was like, "No, maybe it's not that many. Let me not count, let me not look," and then eventually did. I was like, "What?" But I'm grateful for it, like I said, because 'cause I'm definitely feeling a lot, freer to use my supplies because the clock is ticking, courtesy of, sizing. I know I don't have forever. Mm. Oh, I say the same thing, and also I feel like, when people ask me, "What's your favorite? What are you using?" I almost feel like because I'm making videos and it will be there for years and, I feel like, "Oh, if I say X, Y, and Z is my favorite, but actually, the week later I try a new brand and that's now my favorite. Do I go back? Do I change that video? Do you know what I mean?" So I was like, I just started telling myself that I should get all these art supplies and I should, like, test them all out and I should find out what is my favorite and what is the best and whatnot, but I don't know how much of that is actually true, like, oh, I didn't know they were on Amazon. I thought that they're not on Amazon in the UK, are they? I could only find them on Etchr. If you do get them before you get them on Amazon, if you do get them on Etchr, like via Etchr Lab, and you use the code Sketches10, you should get 10% off. I don't know if the deal has ended, so maybe double check. But I say that just in case it's actually cheaper for you to get it from Etchr directly. Mm. Whoa, Lulabelle, your favorite size is around A3 or A4. That's so good, that's massive. My favorite size is B5, which is why I love the Signature series, and this Etchr sketchbook that I'm using now is also B5. So just a little bit don't know what's wrong with my throat. A little bit bigger than between A4 and A5 is basically my favorite size. I don't think I've even tried painting like, watercolor painting at A3. But yeah, my favorite sketchbooks are Etchr sketchbook. Um, and then cellulose-wise, at the moment, my favorites are the Sea White of Brighton. Um, actually, are they my favorite? I also like Honey Mule. So I don't know. I feel like it's too soon to say what is my favorite, but I'm using the 2. Who did I miss? Oh, Yuri Gary. Thank you not only for commenting, but also from being here from the beginning. I saw your messages. Sharmak 31, fair enough. They're super tiny, don't worry about counting them. In progress, 12 to 20. Yeah, I thought I had 8 in progress. I have 20 in progress, actually. Oh, wow, you've completed 2, almost done with number 3, and 15 on hand, working on 3 to 4 actively. That's, again, very impressive. That's how I started. 'Cause, yeah, I liked having lots on the go, I just didn't think it was so many. No, it's not embarrassing. This is a safe space. And the thing is, no one is going to have as many as I do, so at least there's that, you know? Let me just catch which ones do you have, Martine? Oh, sorry, I thought you said that you were getting it on Amazon. I was, like, confused. I was like, "Oh my gosh." Um, I haven't used the Venezia one. I thought the Venezia one wasn't good for watercolors. I'm surprised you said it is, unless I'm thinking about the Sketchbook and they have a watercolor version. Mm. B4. I haven't even seen B4. But that's basically what you're describing, like, between the 2. How's sound going? Hey, Melissa, let me know. Is sound okay or not? Not gotten and also not actually that great. I guess I really took the toned bit seriously. You have the Strathmore I have the Strathmore as well. It's in my to be used list, so I haven't started it, so I haven't that's why I didn't feature it. Fine, fine, okay. Melissa, maybe try, like, refreshing the page. You guys keep me posted on if that changes in terms of, like, if the sound starts going funny. Where's my tissue? Ah, okay. Put tissue down here. It's trying to drip all over the place. Ooh, want to try the Caddy sketchbook. I have the Caddy sketchbook. Get my hand in my thing. It's nice. I was thinking, I was looking at it the other day and I was wondering why for the video. Um, I not only have that, I then got the fat book, which is, like, thinner pages to try. I've seen quite a few people using it for, like, playing with color, for, I think Durwood uses it for, like, swatches as well. And it's actually Durwood that tempted me into getting it. But it's nice 'cause I like the feel of it. We can try it next if you like. I keep saying next as if I'm actually scared to look at the time. But it's just I don't know, you know? When you're having fun, you don't wanna stop, do you? Especially not after spending 2 hours setting up the stream. Yeah. My brother sent me, like, 8 links to do 'cause I was like, "I don't want to use the adapters, I hate adapters." Anyway, he sent me, like, 8 links and he was like, "Adapters are not that bad. Look at this adapter, look at that adapter, look at this adapter." Basically, I think it's coming to the time where I might have to let go of my beloved laptop, but I love it so much, and also I spent a fortune, fortune repairing it. My hope being that I would get, like, another year out of it at least, but it's only been a few months. Um, and I don't know. Yeah, you guys are not techie, so well, I assume you're not like, you know. you're not tech support anyway, even if you are techie. The fat book is on its way. Yeah, Miss Ebony, did you get it because of Durwood as well? I just felt very, is it freezing for you? Oh, man. Because of Durwood. Me too. Because before I was like, "Oh, no, it's fine, I don't need it." And then he kept talking about how much he liked it and how like, what good quality it was for the price and whatnot, and then I saw it in a shop, and I was like, "Oh, damn it, Durwood. Now I have to get it." Mm, it looks very thirsty. It is thirsty. I kind of feel like it's thirsty, and it also, like I feel like it dulls down the colours, or at least I felt like it dulled down the colours. Because I remembered I'd left, like, comparisons where I tested it against other papers, and I'd left that in my sketchbook so that I could see. Like, I still liked it, it just felt a little bit more dull. What I like is the feel of the paper and the fact that in theory it's still 100% cotton watercolor paper, so you get, like, really nice blends. Um, Mostly Arteza, yeah, I don't like Arteza. They're the one, and Archer and Olive. Archer and Olive's, um, sketch pad, no, watercolor pad is actually Paul Rubens' paper. Ooh, Terry, tell me about um, what you liked about the Heinenmuller 100% cotton watercolor paper that you didn't, and what you didn't like about Bao Hong, if you don't mind. Just because I find that I've heard hit and miss reviews about the Heinenmuller, um, whereas so most people tend to like the Bao Hong and aren't really 100% keen on the Heinenmuller, so I'm curious to see what features you like or are drawn to, because I think, like, with everything, it's not that a supplier is good or bad, it's just more so that certain people will want certain different effects or different things from the suppliers, and that's why, when you watch reviews as well, you should take it with a pinch of salt and think about what kind of art does that person like creating, what kind of suppliers do they like, where are they based? So, do they love Winsor& and Newton because it's easily accessible to them? And if maybe Holbein was cheaper, they would love Holbein. Like, it's a whole thing. So the fat book is caddy paper, 100% cotton. However, it's like thinner paper, and I think you guys are gonna have to correct me if I don't remember the specs. I'm looking around to see where I put it on my shelf. Um, but it's essentially thinner watercolor paper in comparison to their normal watercolor paper. Oh, you got the 600. Ah, I looked for that sketchbook, Martine. You are not alone. I looked for it. I wanted it. I couldn't find it in time. Well, I think when I found it, it was like sold out. But there was a time on YouTube that everyone was doing this 600 page challenge. And I really wanted to do it as well. I was like, oh, this is gonna be great. I couldn't get it. And now, like, I'm out here struggling to finish my 160-page sketchbook. And I'm like, can you actually imagine? So you are not alone in that respect. Um, but yeah, the good thing about, like, getting sketchbooks like this and like that is if you enjoy the paper, you can come back to it time and time again. If you're like, "Oh, it's okay, but perhaps not your favorite," then just use it as, like, a place to mess around. So, like, the exercises that we were doing at the beginning of the stream where we were, sketching for 1 minute, like, have that be the place where you do that, or the sketchbook that you put next to your chair, um, let's see, think. The sketchbook that you put, like, next to your chair when you're watching TV, like, you're, doing scraps, doing doodles, doing, like, color experiments to see, like, what colors work together, and then you can just turn the page real quick because there's just so many pages. Yeah, it's not only is it 600 pages, it is it is a massive sketchbook if it's the one that I'm thinking of. Like, I honestly I saw it, I wanted the same thing. Um, okay, so that's that one done. I enjoyed it on this paper more. What was I did I? Or maybe do you know what? I enjoyed not using a reference. That's what I enjoyed. You're welcome, Martine. I've started thinking about, like, different creative ways to use sketchbooks in light of my current predicament, so, um, let me know how that goes. But then it will be a fun one to look back on because half the stuff won't make sense, but some of the stuff will, and I think that stuff will be, quite a bit of fun to look back on. So, again, I am trying to 'cause I wasn't really, like, that much looser here. Like, to me, they're loose watercolor florals, of course, but I still feel like I could have been ever so slightly looser. Someone once asked me, "Why is everyone trying to get loose and not tight?" I don't really know, but I feel like I like playing around with both, and I feel like if I'm getting, like, really tight in the sense of, like, being really precise, then I'm not always enjoying the process as much. Whereas for some people, be complete opposite and actually getting tighter and get it like doing, precise, tiny details, they'll find quite relaxing and quite therapeutic, whereas I feel like I would get hung up on the results and not actually enjoy the process. So, it's a mixture of things. But anyway, the reason I was mentioning getting looser as well is because when I went to the workshop, I thought I was quite loose. I was like, "I am loose, looser." I was like, "Oh, can I get even looser and still have this look like a flower?" And I guess the answer is yes. Mm, what am I missing? Share how you make it. Juicy washes without warping. It's very interesting. Miss Ebony painting Lucy's watching granddaughter for practice. No, I agree. Welcome to the stream, Jess. But yeah, because I do think that now there's very much a bigger emphasis, and I think the point was that, it's almost like it's come into fashion to be loose all the time, and what does that actually mean, and why are we trying to be loose? And I think it was, like a good question and a good thing to kind of think about in terms of for ourselves, or, like, in terms of, like, for me, like, why is it that I want to get looser, and do I actually want to get looser? Um, but yeah, it was a good thing to think about. Martine, well, then you're winning. You're the loosest of us all. I don't know. It's curious. Like, I wonder, will I look back on my loose paintings and be like, "Oh, they're wonderful," or will I think, "What was I doing?" Time will tell. But for now, when I look back, I've loved them. Even, like, the ones that I did, at the very beginning, I can see that my like, I can see that my style has changed slightly, or rather the way that I'm doing things has changed slightly, but I still like them. Uh, you know, I've bought everything to make my own sketchbook. I just haven't. There's, a wonderful Ko-fi member, Marina, and every time I speak to her, she just inspires me to want to create my own sketchbook. So I'm like, "Oh, I need to do this at some point." I just haven't yet. Let's just adding, so I know that these are technically red, but I don't like red. That's a lot more purple than I intended. Let me clean that and mix the 2. But also, yeah, I think I prefer cold press still, but I also think that I prefer not having a reference. Um, I want this, gosh, maybe I should have, like, a warm red. I have no warm red on my palette, and it's just one of those colors that I don't use often, but sometimes when I need it, it's hard to not have it, you know? So I don't really have, like, pink is not actually red, or pink does not actually look like red as much as I am out here trying to make it so. And let's do some splatters, and actually, I don't want these to be floating, I want them to be connected to the rest of the composition, or rest of the bouquet. Mm. But Miss Ebony, that's the point, like, um, of, like, intuitive art, isn't it? That you're not, like, overthinking it and you're just thinking, like, you're thinking and you're enjoying the process, and it has next to nothing to do with your final results. And that's meant to be, I believe, the liberating part of it. It is, I was so stuck, but, like, I had so many different ideas for this month's Ko-fi challenge. I think I have lots of ideas in general, and they're just, like, building up. But that being said, I feel like, we were talking about, focusing on something for longer, because I almost feel like I love all the topics that we picked, and 1 month just does not feel like enough time. So we are going to be moving to once every 2 months, and one of the projects that I have already, like, written up that was meant to be for this month, but then I don't know why I pushed it, but anyway, I pushed it to, um, next time, was focusing on intuitive painting. I haven't done much of it, and then I also kinda, like, get confused in terms of the fact, like, when I am painting florals, I'm literally more often than not doing what I want, um, and I guess painting intuitively, but I don't know or think that that is technically what is meant by intuitive painting, and I think it's meant to be a little bit more about, like, how you feel, and I don't know. Anyway, I was reading up on it and I've posted a few articles for that art challenge so that we can navigate it and figure it out ourselves, and that was inspired by you talking about it. Listen to rock or opera. No, no, no forgiveness necessary. I haven't delved fully. No, I haven't delved, to be honest. I have a set of handmade watercolors that I am desperate to try, and it almost feels like I've waited so long that I need to create an incredible video, and I've just put a crazy amount of pressure on myself about these, watercolors. But no, so I only have one set of handmade watercolors, which I will be making a video about soon. Um, but otherwise, I haven't really delved into it. I don't know why. I think it's just like when I started, like I initially fell into the world of known watercolors and just stuck with it. I am using ink. So this is Winsor& and Newton India ink, and it won't reactivate with water once it's dry. Tara, what do you mean by the number 300? When I'm saying 300 GSM, it's not £300. I think it's like, I don't know, is it £140? And thank you for your kind words, Jess. It's very sweet. I'm glad that my content is binge worthy, and I hope that it's helping in your art journey. Yeah, I'm catching up. 300. Oh yeah, what do you mean by 300? I'm curious now too. You mean 300 GSM or do you mean like 640 GSM? Yeah, I love 300. 640, yeah, 640 GSM. That's wild. See, I wanted to I don't have any, but I went through this like phase last week where I was looking at like lots of different ones, and I wanted to, when actually it was probably later than last week because I was looking at Jackson's and they were having the Fabriano sale, but then they'd sold out of the £300 640 GSM paper. But I really liked, I don't know, I just liked the idea of painting on super thick paper. And by your comments, I take it that is as addictive as I thought it would be. Mm, here we go. A block of what, Sharmak? I keep missing the chat. Miss Ebony, intuitive painting where Romesh Moore is my therapist and Daniel Smith is my psychiatrist. That would literally be like I'd be in the same regimen because they are both my favorites. Let me mute this for a second. I'll catch up on the chat and dry these pages. I'm back. I hope you can hear me. I accidentally dragged the wire. Um, Gosh, we've done so much painting. I love it. I absolutely love it. I want to do more. Um, I love the idea of this being complete with just floral painting. I was thinking about doing an art challenge where I finish this sketchbook, not in this live stream, but 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 in the video. Um, Let me do another one, but I'm gonna put away the dip pen maybe, and I need to find tape. I don't know where my tape is. Oh, oh, here it is. That is one pro of having a very small desk. Everything is in hand's reach. Mm. It was Arch's 640 GSM. Wow. Yeah, see, I am yeah, I can't afford to fall in love with that right now, so I'm not even gonna try it. Hmm. This one's gonna be interesting because it's over the watermark. How do we feel about watermarks? Love them, hate them, don't really mind them? What's the general vibe? Whoops. A watermark is, when you can see when the name of the paper manufacturer is embossed on the paper itself. No buckling. I can't do it. I can't. Don't tempt me, Miss Emily. I can't. To be honest, I can't. Unless they were to go on a super wild sale. Um, I cannot do it. That's the other part of me. Like, I almost feel like very motivated to use up a lot of my supplies so that um, when Black Friday rolls around, if there are any extraordinary deals, I can actually partake. Whereas at the moment, I can't partake in anything. Oh, you find them annoying, have to cut them off. We'll see. I've never like painted. Oh, I'm gonna see it on the other side. I've never like painted over them. What we're going to here. So then that's something to note. These ones do have watermarks. Not every page. Like we're 6 pages in, and the first watermark has appeared right on the corner. That's really good to know, Miss Ebony, because when I was looking at like I hope a big sheet. And that was one of my things because I was like, I like deckled edges. Can I tear this paper or will it not tear? But by the sounds of it, it won't. So I'll just end up having like a gigantic piece of paper. Okay. Uh, Whoops. It's meant to be letting this dry, wasn't I? Let me put this away. By the way, I mean to the side. And let's start with this next one. Mm, where is okay. Bringing out my big juicy brush. This is gigantic. I mean, this is probably way too big for what for this piece of paper, but it will get the job done and get us to put down some color really quickly. I hope you can see. Terry is a bad influence. Terry, we have a group on my Ko-fi called Asha, which is the art hoarders. Oh, this is too big for my thing even. It's called the Art Supplier Hoarders Anonymous. So don't worry, we are all bad influence on each other. And it's funny, we literally have one like this is on the Discord, so we have one server, like one chat that's basically the Art Supply Hoarders Anonymous, where we, tell each other not to buy stuff. Well, not tell each other not to buy stuff, but support us each other if we're like, "Oh, I'm on a no buy, I'm not buying anything." And we're like, "Yeah, don't buy it, you can do this." And then, like, on the other chat, we have the art deals. And and obviously we feature in both groups, and we literally depending on how we're feeling and the day, we go from the one where we're like, "We're not buying anything," to, "Look at this great art deal." It's a lot of fun. Interesting doing a wash on hot press. Also, this brush is too big. Not too big for the paper, actually, it's doing fine with the paper, it's too big for my both pans. That harsh line dried quick. Add some more paint, cover it up. Mm, duh. Taking some more green, adding that here. Just doing like a super quick and light background. Don't want it to pour massively, but then again, I am using a gigantic mop brush full of water. Just moving colour around. And I want some more here. I almost want like phthalo. There we go. That phthalo was almost behaving like core. I wonder if I contaminated it a little bit. Should be interesting to see how that dries. Terry have bought so many art supplies. I'm in recovery. Mrs. Z, I'm literally doing the same. I'm like, okay, if I buy enough before Black Friday, then, you know, I mean, if I buy, look at me. If I use up enough before Black Friday, then, I'll have like lots of exciting deals that I can take part of. If not, then I guess I'll have to wait till Christmas. If not, then I'll have to wait till my birthday. The deadline will just keep getting pushed back. But it has come to a point actually where I feel like I have a lot, like, I feel like my wish list is almost fully complete. I was I was looking at, a schminke wash before coming to the live stream, like, earlier today, basically. That's the one thing that I was like, "Oh, maybe that's," and I saw it because it's on sale, so I don't know. That might be the last thing that I get before I actually take a bit more of a break. Gotta get clean water and stuff. Okay, see you in a bit, Mrs. E. Ooh, watercolor markers. Eh, uh, I'm not that pressed about them. I think is, probably a fair. Ooh, why is this not as beautiful as it should be? That's better. Um, yeah, I don't know. I need to clean my water as well, but This is so smooth. I feel like um, whoa. Yeah, so when it comes to watercolor markers, I think I don't know, mm, I think I prefer watercolor, so I haven't really felt the urge or the need or the desire to branch to the markers. Um, I got swayed to the alcohol markers, but I'm curious to know what others think. I guess they are versatile in that, you can lay them down and then add water if you want and mess around with them. I just cannot afford to fall in love with more art supplies. Cannot do it. I absolutely refuse. I think especially since I started, like, exploring mixed media, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I love Neocolor IIs. Oh my gosh, alcohol markers. Oh my gosh, pan pastels. Oh my gosh, acrylics." And I never thought I'd love acrylics again. I don't know why really. I don't mind acrylic wash. I don't know what my beef is or was or is, because it's still, like, ongoing. It's hit and miss with acrylics, and I don't know why. I have so much water on this paper, it's unreal. It's not buckling, which is good. Um, I do have to question, what am I doing? I think it's 'cause I brought out the mops. Mop brushes are not round brushes. I think that's the crux of the matter here. The colours are beautiful. Let me add some more. This is Imperial. Is it Imperial? What colour is this? What's Roman Schmall's granulating purple? How can I forget the name? I didn't realise that's what this was. The name completely escapes me. Mineral Violet. Thank you, Miss Ebony. I I thought I picked up Dioxazine Violet, but instead I picked up Mineral Violet because I was surprised by the beautiful granulation. Pleasantly so. Okay, so we have our backgrounds. No, it's not shadow, I think it's mineral. Let me mute this and dry them, and then after I dry them, I'm gonna change my water so that we can get some nice clean mixes on this bit in the middle. Be right back, just changing the water. And excellent question, Terry. I've also put the link for the trip, should you guys be interested in us ever having an art art retreat. Obviously filling it out, I think it's anonymous. I think it's anonymous. As in like I can't see, I don't know what they ask you, but I don't get told your names or anything like that. Um and obviously doing it doesn't commit you to come into the retreat, although you're welcome to, but it will it will mean that we can, in theory, start working or start planning an art retreat at some point. So if you don't mind, please taking a couple of minutes as I change the water to please complete complete the questionnaire, and then we can kind of go through some of the answers if you want, if you're curious, as in like where is winning and what. I don't even think it tells me what is winning. It just tells me where most people are thinking of going and the rough budget. Let me change my water. Thank you, Miss Ebony. Be right back. I'm back. Thank you. Thank you for filling it out. I didn't realize. I don't know. Trying to think of why. I can see the results coming in terms of like, what do I get told? I don't get told names. I get told how many people have completed it. Four thus far. Thank you. Where is winning? I mean, in Bali. You guys coming to Bali with me? um, I think Bali, France, Greece, Portugal, Scotland, Croatia, Egypt, Italy, Greece again, and then rough time of year. June is winning, but I can't see individual responses. Oh, okay, I think this is why. So I think that what happens is, thank you, Sharmak. I think that what happens is if I qualify, then they will email you to say like, "Oh, Sketches and Scrubs has qualified," or if I qualify and I create a trip, when the time comes, they'll email you and be like, "Hey, Sketches and Scrubs is making the art retreat that you were interested in. Here's the link." So I think maybe that's why they're asking you for that stuff. Either way, without qualifying, I can't see it. And Terry, excellent question. Gelatos. What's everyone's view on them? I haven't got them. I haven't tried them. However, I wanted to, like, I really wanted to try the transparent gelatos. I looked everywhere for them, but they were discontinued a couple of years ago, and I can't find them anywhere. I just saw a few people more recently using them, and it made me want to try them as well. I even reached out to Faber Castell, asked them, and they were like, "Nope, discontinued." So, but please. So I missed the craze. If I'd been around during the craze, I would have probably got them. I like Neocolor twos. How do they compare? They look like more, I guess, pastel-y? I don't know, actually. I'm curious to know your thoughts. Thank you, Lulabelle. They look too much like lip balm. I kinda like that though, because I also was looking at so I got the Art Philosophy oil pastels as well, the water soluble ones. I don't like them. Um, Let me summarize the review for you. Don't like them. They crumble a lot. They didn't blend as nicely. They were more messy than Newer Color 2s, and the colors were quite they were okay, actually, I liked the colors. That's the one thing. I did like the colors, but then I also felt like I could find the same colors in Newer Color 2. Welcome back, Mrs. E. Someplace warm or closer to the USA for the budget. Scotland, I didn't see. Okay, cool. Uh, guess we could do more than one. I'm more than happy to travel the globe to you. Bali for the win. I've never been to Bali. I'm like, "Oh my god." I would be open to it. I'm just curious to see where I think ultimately, irrespective of where we go, I just really love the idea of, um, like, spending time together, painting together, talking art supplies together, trying out art supplies as well, like, obviously can't bring them all, but, like, I just think it'd be so much fun, and to be in a beautiful place that we haven't been to as well, I think would just add to it, but it would basically be like this, but, uh, face to face. How about Florida? I'd be open I've never been to Florida, I'd be open to Florida. I'd be open to anywhere really. Well, most places, let me be real. Um, but yeah, I think most people who watch my channel are in the US. Not I think, I know most people are in the US, followed by the UK, followed by Canada. Um, but wait, is Hawaii on the list? 'Cause I'd love to go to Hawaii. And then, yeah, oil pastels and soft pastels. Soft pastels is probably the one thing I want I honestly said and truly believed that soft pastels wouldn't be like, I would never, could never, because, like, the I think it's like there's something sensory about it, like, I don't like the feel of them, but pan pastels, I could. Pan pastels have piqued my interest. Um, Melissa, why are you shocked? Yeah, I love Watercolor 2s, I love Neocolor 2s, Terry. I think it's getting clear that I'm getting tired, but I'm having fun, like, painting is so good. Who else is also painting? Oh, Mrs. Idiot. Oh, uh, no, no serious budget necessary. To be fair, like, they asked the budget. I looked around, Uptrek because I was considering going on, like, retreats and stuff, and they were around 4,000. pounds. I think last time that we spoke about it during the live stream, I was like, "Oh, it's £4,000." Like, I don't know if that's normal or too much or, um and people were saying that, "Oh my gosh, I'm getting paint everywhere." My sketchbook my everyday sketchbook is getting so battered. Um, anyway, the general consensus was that, 4,000 is roughly 5,000 is roughly the cost of the retreats. And then when I looked to see if I could just do it myself, I don't think it's something I could do myself to start off with. Like, by the time I start thinking about, organizing it, food, insurance, travel, I think it would be too much for me to also do with a full-time job. No, no, Miss Ebony, I'm not enabling you anymore. What happened in Bali? I feel like I'm gonna have to Google this after before I get flagged or something. Mm, mm, mm. Uh, Florals are my absolute favorite. Which Miss Ebony said it's too late. Which, pan pastels are you getting? If you hold What I was gonna say, if you hold I have got some pan pastels. My thing is I have, like, a whole bunch of different supplies that I haven't shown on YouTube yet, of course. And my plan was to just do, um live streams on Ko-fi, like art supply live streams. Can you paint with pan pastels? As in you call them painting? I think they're water soluble, so you can reactivate them, if that's what you mean. I wouldn't add water directly to them. Like, that being said, I'm no expert, but I could add water to them on the paper. Um, but yeah, if that sounds good to you guys, then let me know and I will do, like, Ko-fi, um, art haul live streams. I want to do less art hauls on YouTube as a whole, but I feel like on Ko-fi it's fine. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah, you can do that, Miss Ebony. Mm, I feel like I love this in Throne Blue when it's wet, and I wish it stayed that same hue when it dried. I also feel like, hold on, it's still wet a little bit. I'm trying to think what's the hype right now. Like, I feel like when I first not when I first, but, like, a little while back, everyone was talking about super granulated watercolors by Schminke. Then we went through what did we go through next? Oh, the Kuraki Art Nouveau set. Then we went through like, we've gone through so many different phases. I wonder, like, what I don't feel like there's much that like, there's anything trending right now, like, anything that everyone is talking about, or is there and I've missed it? Like, Neocolor IIs is a staple, but I don't feel like it's a thing like a craze like the other stuff. Oh, Bali is Australia's playground. No, I really do tend to daydream about, like, an art retreats, going to them and hosting them. 'Cause I think it's, like, literally the best of both worlds for me. I love to travel and I love to paint, so is there anything better? Yeah, I've seen loads of people doing jelly printing. I don't, like, really get it. Um, I guess I haven't watched tutorials, I've just watched people do it almost like do it as their first layer, and then they go over it with, other stuff. And though I haven't got a jelly plate I haven't got a jelly plate, I was gonna say I did get, like, a brailer to try and do more abstract art for our intuitive painting art challenge coming soon. I would love that as well. Terry, enabling us all. $50 increase in pan pastels in the last few weeks. Do you think that that's what's trending? I don't even feel like it's trending that much now. I wonder why it's spiked up. Well, sometimes I feel like I don't not saying this for pan pastel in particular, but I feel like sometimes brands or people will increase the price right before like Black Friday or, you know, any of these deals and then like say that they've gone to sale and then just bring it back down to the normal price. Good night, Martine. Enjoy dinner. Hey, Renee. Welcome to the fun. You're focusing more on watercolor. Mm, what do you mean, Lulabelle? Lulabelle. The hello is super popular. Oh, the jelly, like the jelly plates. See, now I'm curious. After this, I'm gonna have to no, no. Should I? Should I not? It's tricky because 'cause I've seen, like, I don't know, people try it, but I haven't seen, like, any tutorials or anything like that, so I was just kind of like I literally just saw people, like, put the jelly over it, and they were, like, just smeared. I was like, "Is that normal? Is that what we're going for?" But maybe I need to see a few more videos because I have seen it mentioned quite a lot recently. Mm, yeah, I haven't done Shona, what did you say you use for Bible journaling? I haven't tried it. I was looking at, like, different journals with, like, thicker margins, and I was like, "Oh, maybe I will try and do it." Um, but I don't know what I almost feel like I would be surprised that the pages can take any art medium. I have them and bought a bunch of acrylic paint to get started, and then when it came so with jelly plates, you use acrylic paints on them? 'Cause I have acrylics now. I could try that. What do they look like? Do they I guess it's something that perhaps I have to Google or not Google, like, YouTube in order to understand what they look like and what they do. Jess is the Bible's best friend. That is such a good point. That is actually such a good point. I don't know why I hadn't thought of that. Thank you, Miss Ebony. Mm, fine artist's work is using it now. Ah, you can do lots of different prints and properties. Mm, yeah, no, it's a shame. Did it disappear? You make a jelly plate? Now I'm completely confused. I literally saw something that almost looked like you know what you use for stamps? Like the like acrylic block? Anyway, we'll see. Resist, resist. We have time to either make Miss Ebony fall in love with pan pastels or realize that they're not for her. We shall see. This matter will have to be taken to Asha. Let's do another painting. No, you cannot. You cannot buy the whole set. Some of them are so similar, I promise. I say this because I spent ages looking at videos to see, like, what colors I should get, and for the first time ever, I did not buy a set. I followed my own advice, and I picked out individual colors that I thought that I would use. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Mhm. Just doing jelly plate is flexible. Watercolor ground, acrylic, gelatos. watercolor gouache. So maybe yeah, 'cause I don't know, I was looking I thought the paper would be too thin, but it's fine. I think it'll help me read more of my Bible, which God knows I need to do right now. Um, what music do I normally listen to? So it's interesting. I used to watch TV shows while I painted, and it's quite odd, but I feel like since I ran out of shows to watch, I've really missed that part of, like, painting and watching TV. It's almost like I linked the 2 together. So, I've tried, like, painting in silence, which I don't not really a big fan of. Um, and now what I do is what I used to do back in the day, which is listen to, like, Afro beats. So, like, Nigerian, Ghanaian music, sometimes Bashman as well, sometimes reggaeton. Like, I need high energy kind of music. Yeah, I love that. I guess aim for tonight. Maybe not tonight, maybe tomorrow. Buy a and are you using, like, a journaling Bible, like, one with the big edges or just your normal Bible? It feels so different because I feel like when I was younger and I never like, drew or painted or anything on my Bible, you know? I didn't wanna make any notes on it really. So I'd, like, have lots of pieces of paper where I'd make notes instead, but now I'm like, I think it's better for me to actually read it and mark it than just not read it and have it unmarked. Uh, do I added a bit of green. I don't know if I'm happy about it or not. Time will tell. Okay, I think the more I'm adding, the more we're winning. We are winning. I feel like adding like, making this mixed media, like, um, chatting to you as I just add random, marks and literally do, I guess, the opposite of what I was doing before, whereas before I was like, "Oh, I don't want to overwork it." Now I feel like I do want to overwork it, like, I want to add lots of marks. Gesso. I have Gesso, you know. It's funny, I'd bought it so that, I had considered is mine jet clear? I don't know if mine's clear or white, but I'd bought it so that I could paint the covers of the Etchr sketchbooks, but I don't even know if I want to do that. They that they listened to me and changed these covers. They will be very happy. I don't know how I'm feeling about these array of colours that I have that. Yeah, I don't know if I have clear gesso or white gesso, but I guess if I think what I would do is buy a journaling Bible that has the wide margins, and then I will be able to gesso the margin, paint on there if I want, and in theory, it wouldn't have to be clear, like, I can use what I have for now. Yeah, have 2 to 4-inch margins, interleaved, 4 blank pages between the page. Okay, cool. I just need to find it. Laura, yeah, reggaeton. How did it start? I think when I was listening I think it started really randomly with a couple of things. Daddy Yankee, in terms of, like, why I was listening to reggaeton. I think it's just, like, I like, lively music. So I think it started with Daddy Yankee and then also, like, Fast and Furious. I don't know, it was very random, but, with Spotify, once it notices that you enjoy something, it keeps suggesting similar things, and then I just went down this rabbit hole. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun, and also, like, when I started going to coffee shops to paint, that also made it very nice, so I'd, like, be listening to music. Sometimes tell you a secret, sometimes I'm not actually listening to music, sometimes I put on headphones just so that you know, I don't feel like talking, and it's a deterrent, but other time, um, listening to music. What do you guys do when you are painting? Also, I think sometimes I watch live streams, like, if it just so like, if I know someone's going live, I might, bring out my paint so that I can paint at the same time, um, like we are now. I do find it tricky sometimes because it's almost like I want to type, but I also want to paint, or so then I don't type as much basically because I'm painting along. But I'm curious, do you listen to music? Do you watch TV? What do you do? Usually watch TV. Yeah, me too, I miss TV. Laura, Daddy Yankees are pride and joy. Doctor Who reruns, Hallmark romance movies. I might have to start watching movies. I've never been like a movie kinda girl, I've always been like a series person, um, but now that I don't have any, I'll have to change that. Can't watch TV, get distracted, so you listen to music. So what kind of music do you listen to, Laura? I'm going to read the chat as I dry this so that we can start overworking this together. Feels full circle because we started doing, like, super quick, very loose paintings, super quick, very loose sketches, and then loose paintings, and now we're gonna overwork it. I'm back. Hey, little. You watch YouTube, catch up on what you've missed, TV, binge watch series. I do that as well. I don't listen to podcasts, shockingly, apart from, like, the creative catch up. I think it's just, like, I didn't really understand what podcasts were. I feel so old. And I didn't know, like, where to listen to them, and then YouTube was like, "Oh, we're doing podcasts as videos, like video podcasts," and I'm like, "Is that not just a video?" Like, what makes it, like, a video versus a podcast versus a video podcast? So, it took me a while to get into podcasts, but I think I would like, when I was, Sarah Burns on her Patreon, she has like what she calls a ramblecast where she literally just chats to us. And I enjoy that. And I've done that on my Ko-fi a couple of times. And I guess that's a podcast. So I could do a podcast. And actually I watched the like Think Media podcast, but it's a video. So to me it's a YouTube video. And Terry, you watch artists paint even if you're not following along. It's like having a creative friend paint in the room. I completely agree. And I think in part that's what I like about like live streams, not only like doing them, but also watching them. But even like doing them, it feels like, say now, for example, if you guys weren't here, I would have just been like, maybe in silence because it's late. I don't want to play music and stuff, um, painting. And it's just not the same. It's so nice chatting to people as you create art, I feel. Not necessarily like all the time, but sometimes it's just super fun. Uh-oh. I don't know what happened. Did it flicker for you too? I feel like my phone it's not overheating, I'm not sure what it's doing. This is annoying. This is my Himimiya brush, but it's shaking. I need to get pliers. So yeah, so I love doing that as well, just, creating together. There is, like, this notion of, like, co-working sessions and also, like, study sessions where, like, you where someone is studying, there's ambient noise and ambient sounds, but they're not, like, talking or anything. Maybe there's some relaxing music, but then you know that that person's studying, you're studying, and you it's more enjoyable. I thought about doing it for art videos, but I don't know if people would enjoy that if you don't see the art being made, or if you would want to see the art being made, but then that ends up being distracting because 'cause you're not meant to be watching the art, you're meant to be making it. Study tunes on Pandora, listening to artists ramble. Then you have a very, very, very long playlist available on my on my YouTube from all my live streams. Um, Adele, binge shows. What am I'm catching up. Ah, Laura, I don't know. Oh, actually, do I know? I don't know what is the best. All I know is that I used 2 things. Um, I initially started off with a lapel mic from Amazon. Like, I literally just typed in lapel mic, looked at which one had the most reviews and got it, and that was something like, something like I think it was maybe like £10, like 8 to £10. and I feel like that significantly improved the quality of my audio when compared to the audio that comes from the phone itself. That being said, I then got the Blue Yeti mic, which is 100, and that is a lot better. And I'm guessing there are, like, there must be even better audios, but those are the 2 that I have used, and the Blue Yeti was a gift from my sister for Christmas, which is why I got it, but that's why I don't really, like, know that many. I didn't try that many. Oh, thank you, Lulabelle. What do you paint? I am just adding some gold details. Yeah. My sisters are so sweet, and, like, to be honest, my entire family is very, very supportive. I can't even fault them. Um Yeah, they're, like, super, super supportive of YouTube, of me painting, of any and all of my endeavors, so I'm very blessed in that respect. So, yeah, so the sister is the one who she got me the mic, and my mom got me the studio light that I'm using. Ko-fi members got me the tripod that is enabling this top-down shot. Um, my mom got me my mat. I think that's also part of why I don't want to get rid of it. Then what else? Everything, like, my brother is part of my like, my brother was I think my brother and my sister were, part of, like, my very first Ko-fi members. My brother is still a Ko-fi member, like, and he doesn't even paint, he's just doing it to, like, support. So, yeah, they are very, very sweet. Uh, Landscapes, abstracts, portraits, and a bit of everything. I like landscapes, I like abstracts, I like portrait I love it all, to be honest, and just feel I don't know, for me, florals is something that I can kind of just switch off and do, and I think that that's why I enjoy doing them so much, so I won't necessarily always absolutely love the results, but I will enjoy creating them, which is why it's what I tend to turn to. Laura, feel free to ask any other questions that you have. I was thinking about doing you I don't know if you were part of it, I can't remember, but ages ago I did a live stream where I was answering, like, YouTube related questions, and I had so much fun, and it's something that I would love to do again at some point. I guess if people are interested, because 'cause I'm also, like, acutely aware of the fact that perhaps you watch for videos or you watch to chat about art supplies and you don't really not you, Laura, but everybody else may not actually care about growing on YouTube or what I do or the technicalities of it. So I don't want to create videos if it's not something that you're gonna be interested in. Oh, I'm really glad that you enjoyed I had so much fun on the gouache course, like, so, so, so much fun, and it's so funny, so in my head, I thought, "Okay, I can do 1 of 2 courses." Um, One could be florals, the other one could be, uh, gouache landscapes. But I honestly thought that gouache landscape that Florals would win. I thought that's what everyone would want me to do. And, and instead, Gouache Landscapes won by a landslide. Um, and then I just had so much fun making that course, and there were, like, ups and downs and, the structure and everything that I wanted to do kinda changed and stuff, but ultimately, it was just so good for me to, like, sit down and actually think about how I do things, why I do things, and, like, share that. So I really, really, really enjoyed the course, and then the feedback from it was really good as well, which really just warms my heart. So it is still available for sale on my Ko-fi, and then as part of that, I also made a workbook to complement the course. So the course itself is, like, over 4 days, and 3 videos kind of talk about composition, color theory, um, atmospheric perspective, how I interpret references, how I take references, how I change references, how I understand color in landscape and outside of it. And then I also wanted it to be helpful if you don't know about gouache, so it goes through, like, all the gouache materials I use, gouache techniques, warm-up techniques, and then 5 real-time landscape painting. And then I did a video where I answered every single question that I was asked about gouache from everyone who signed up to the course. And I was like, "If you ask a question, I answered it." And I remember, yeah, it was it was an interesting exercise to do because it just gets you thinking about, I don't know, like, there were some questions I honestly I had never wondered before or, like, or some questions that perhaps felt a bit more intuitive, and I thought, "Oh, sometimes you just forget what it's like to be a beginner." Like, you forget what you now take for granted that you didn't know at the beginning, and it was just really good to go through all the questions and just make sure that everyone, gets something out of the course. So, I'll link it below for you. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it, Mrs. Z. And yeah, the replay is still available, but obviously it's not like a live component like it was then, and the workbook is also available, and it complements the course. So I think yeah, I had a lot of fun doing it basically. Oh, I'm so glad, Laura. YouTube is yeah, I love YouTube, don't get me wrong. I am so grateful for this. Well, I'm grateful for you, if that makes sense, and obviously YouTube is what has connected us, so can't be mad at it. Um, but yeah, absolutely loved the Porsche course, and it was a success because of all of you and doing Zoom sessions with you. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And if you have other course suggestions, let me know, or anything else that you would like me to teach, let me know. 'Cause it's interesting, 'cause some people ask for tutorials, but then, I don't know, I feel like some tutorials just don't tend to do well, and my aim is never to be like, "Oh, yeah," looking at the numbers and whatnot. It's just more so that if a video or series of videos don't do well, I just take it as it's not what you want to see, so I should divert my time elsewhere. I was asking, I know it's ironic to say in a 4-hour live stream, but I was asking, uh, for if you had any video ideas, like short video ideas basically, 'cause I feel like I've got lots of ideas for long form videos, but I want to do both. I don't mean shorts, I mean videos that are, like, less than 15 minutes, because I find myself very much gravitating towards longer form videos, and I want to have a mixture, um, and also I cannot, like, sustain creating 1-hour videos every week. Kudos to those who can. Gosh, I love gold. Um, it's interesting actually because I am enjoying yeah, I am enjoying hot press. I really thought I'd be like, "Ah, I hate hot press." I really thought I'd be, like, quite negative about it, but it is nice. I think even nicer still for, details, you know? Let me see. What's mixed media abstract? I would love that. I would love, that's definitely something that I think I'm branching into. So I think maybe at some point I could do a course on it. I almost feel like I need to do more of it. Then again, I wonder sometimes you wonder, like, if I do more of it, I'll lose some of that naivete, you know? All these random ideas that I have. But yeah, no, I can definitely add that to the list. And Terry, in answer to your question, how do I stay up so late? So, I, um, I stay up so late because I am forced to at work so often. No, I'm joking, kind of. Essentially, I'm a doctor, I do night shifts, and my night shifts are always very busy, and I don't sleep much during them, and then it takes me weeks to be able to sleep at night again. So it like, my, um my sleep pattern is all over the place. And this is the thing, it normally takes me, like it used to as I'm getting older, it's taking longer for me to bounce back, but, it used to take me, like, a couple of days, and then I'd be back to a normal sleep cycle, but and then it was, like, 2 weeks, but now I think it's, like, 3 weeks before I can sleep through the night again after doing night shifts. Uh, and, like, I've always been a night owl, but I definitely think night shifts have made it a lot worse. Crazy question. Chocolate peanut butter or Vienna mocha chunk? I don't know what either of those things are. Laura, I I don't know if they are sandwich inserts, toppings. I don't know if they are for, like, hot chocolate drinks. I have no idea, I'm sorry. Mm. Oh, thank you, Laura. No, it's definitely a fun hobby. I love YouTube for that. Mhm. And for this why are you sorry, Terry? No, it's fine, don't worry, it's the life I chose. No, it's fine. I'm a night owl anyway, so it's, it's okay. It's fine. And it's funny because I think that's in part why most of my audience is in the US because the times that I go live are not conducive for people in the UK most times. I think I did one live stream that was, like not one, maybe that's exaggerating, but, you know, if I do it in the evenings, UK evenings, then it works for both. But I did, like, one live stream at, like, 1 PM UK time, and it was, like, a shock for everyone, myself included. Oh, ice cream flavors, I have had neither. I'm very, you know, I have very simple tastes. Like, I like ready salted crisps, I like cheese, I like as in, like, parmesan, I like, you know, like, very plain taste. So, my ice cream flavor of choice is, vanilla. And, as well as vanilla, what I would normally do is, like, have 1 scoop of vanilla and 1 scoop of bubble gum, because obviously I'm still holding on to my childhood, and and That's my favorite flavors together. Mm, the hills are alive. Hi, Rebecca. No, I like your questions, Laura. Keep them coming. 100% bubblegum. Like, I love bubblegum, but then I accepted that most places will not have bubblegum or will not yeah, most places won't have bubblegum. So, like, my first and for yeah, so then vanilla. But then if they have bubblegum, I take bubblegum or both, actually. More likely than not. Yeah, the people at the ice cream place also always look confused when I ask for bubblegum. But, the heart wants what the heart wants. Oh, thank you, Terry. It's funny, it feels like a complete paradox to to love both. Although they say medicine is an art and a science. But yeah, no, I enjoy both, but I also enjoy keeping them separate, if that makes sense. Like, I love the fact that I get to finish work and then come home and paint. Mm, makes sense. Mm. Yeah. My thing is that I feel like I have quite an addictive personality, so I'm very careful about what I try because I don't want to, like, get hooked to stuff. So I, like, have never smoked, I don't drink alcohol, I don't like all those things. I'm like, "Ugh, if I do it in excess, how will this affect me?" And if the answer is very badly, then I don't do it. Chocolate, peanut butter, and marshmallows. Wow. I feel like there's such an extensive collection of flavors that I just did not know. I want to add a few details. Wait, sorry for the loud noise. With newer colors. Let's see how that goes. I don't normally add newer color twos to my florals, but let us live dangerously. You know, I'm gonna have to I feel like I'm gonna just end up getting pencil extenders for all my newer colors. I don't like them so small. I wanted to split them in half so that I could fit more in the tins, but then also I feel like they're not quite as comfortable for me to hold when they are like tiny, I have big hands. Just adding a few details here and there, trying to see what colors work well on top of what. Like, one color that I really like to add details with is this color right here, jade. Jade green goes on top of everything. Don't know how, don't know why, but what I do know is that I love this color. Will it go on top of this? Yes. I mean, look at that. How is it so versatile? Mm, but yeah, it's one of the colors that I absolutely love. I love new colors. I'm still like I still feel like I'm so new to everything. I feel like I keep saying that, and it's like been 2 years deep that I've been creating art, but or is it 3 years? It's going on 3 years. 3 years? 4 years? I don't oh my gosh, I don't even know. Um, but yeah, I don't know why I'm holding it like that as well. I just feel like I haven't used my new colors to their full potential as of yet, and I look forward to doing so. But yeah, like this jade green, I absolutely just love. I think I love it because it's just it goes over everything, you know? Mm, thin line. Where else? I feel like I've added so many details everywhere that there's nowhere left for me to add. Right. They're so opaque and rich. I completely agree. You finally got some Neocolor twos, but I have to figure out to use them. I feel the same. I feel like I really like using them to add details at the end of my paintings, like my gouache paintings or watercolor paintings, but like, you know, basically at the end as the way to add detail. Where's an example? Where's my sketchbook? Which one? Haha. This one. Not this well, actually, this one has a piece too. But like say for example with this one here, I did gouache and then went back over it, and you can see that jade green again, like here and here and here. So I like went back over it and just added extra details with Neocolor twos, and also like here, if you see the shadows, that's all Neocolor twos um, there. And more times than not, I won't actually reactivate them. Like not all the time. Like sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Um, but it's just I love using it like this. I love, you know, doing things like this where you can see the texture and it's almost like you're doing a dry brush, but you're using Neocolor instead. And then I've also used it in this sketchbook, I believe, which is the Etchr Everyday Sketchbook. Where did I use it? Maybe was it not? Yeah, here. Was it here? Yeah, it was here as well. Like this had an array of different medias. But that's how I tend to use them. And yes, Terry, I do have the Neocolor ones, and I have used them as well. I think initially, it, where is my sketchbook? I think it's this one, this sketchbook. Where is it? So I've used it again in a number of different ways. So again, creating a landscape. This is not a Watercolor sketchbook. This is like a sketching sketchbook with super smooth paper. And again, did a underlayer with what was this? Gouache? I think it was watercolor. And then I went over it with Neocolor twos as well. And these are the Neocolor one colors that I have. So I have 7 Neocolor one colors. And this here is for a Ko-fi video. If you haven't seen it, double check it. I think I'll link it down below if I remember to do it. I feel like I always say that and have such a long list. Uh, but essentially, in that video, I compared the Royal, the Art Creations Royal Talent sketchbook with the Moleskine sketchbook, which is why I did all these swatches. So I tried the Neocolor ones because I don't tend to reactivate the Neocolor 2. So I was like, oh, do I really need it? Can't I just have the Neocolor ones? But I think I do like the fact that should I want to reactivate the Neocolor 2s, I can, which is why I then ended up getting more of the Neocolor 2s instead, because they were the same price. Mm, let me catch up. So that's the answer. I have Neocolor ones. I like them, but I probably prefer Neocolor 2s purely because of the versatility and the fact that I can reactivate them. And Miss Ebony, you're so close to completing it as well. Baby. This stream did indeed start 4 hours ago. You know what's wild is that it was meant to start 6 hours ago. It took 2 hours for, me to overcome technical difficulties, which makes me the time. I looked at the time here, damn it. Mm, 9:30 AM. I know, so many colors. I've just come to accept that have I won't have them. I won't have all the ones that have gone. Uh, but hopefully, I don't know, maybe, like, with things like this, I feel like they should maybe, like, bring it back for, like, anniversaries or something. Like, okay, you think that people don't want it, but maybe for your X, Y, and Z anniversary, you bring back, you know, the supplies that you've discontinued, like a limited edition or limited number, just so that we can have them again. I think that about the gelatos, 'cause I really wanna try them. Like, for those of you who have tried them, would you say that they resemble Neocolor 2s in how they feel, or are they completely different? That is what I am curious to know. Also, picking up some of the Kuraki, I want to see if I can use them thick, basically. So this is the Kurotaki that I'm adding now in this super mixed media piece. Oh, you're on night shift. Sleep well. We were just talking about night shifts. See, as soon as you get home, it's time to sleep. But thank you for stopping by. I hope you sleep well and that your shift goes well. King Art has some gel sticks that are like gelatos. Okay. Are they like the gelatos, the translucent ones? Those were the colors that I saw that I wanted. I'll double check. But yeah, that was why I think I was telling you guys and then I forgot. That's why I got the art philosophy set to try. But I didn't like them. Well, actually, I did tell you. I think that's the crux of the matter. I recorded it because I thought I was gonna love them, and it's almost like that. It's funny, I recorded it because I thought I was gonna love it, didn't love it, and I had bought the Inktense blocks at the same time. So then I was like, "Okay, I need to end on a high. Let me bring out the Inktense blocks and try them out." Didn't love them either. So I was like, "What is this? None of the supplies I like." And then I asked you, "Do you want to see the art supplies that I don't like, or would you rather just see the art supplies that I love?" And everyone was like, "We wanna see the ones you don't like." So I made a video about it. They feel like lipstick. You have the brights, metallics, and pastel colors. Yeah, I love the jade green. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Perhaps I'll see. I feel like the thing that I have as number 1 on my wish list at the moment is maybe the Schminke gouache. Number 2 was the Gelato's transparent, but I'll take a look at Gelato and see if I need them or if Neocolor IIs are enough, basically. Even though they're not quite the same, they are water soluble and I do love them, so do I need anything else? And so these thick bits of Neocolor II are nice. I'm just trying to see if I can almost use them like wash. Kind of. As a member of Asher, it's not about need, it's about want. It should be our slogan. I love that. Thank you, Mrs. Z. You are indeed very, very correct. Hand pastels are last on the list. They better be, Mrs. Miss Ebony. To be fair, they were a last minute addition to my list. I don't know. I think I'm really gonna work on just doing more live streams very soon. Just because I think, like, a lot of the time I'm like, "Oh, okay, I'll stop, I need to set out time to record and do X, Y, and Z," and then, like, I don't know, I have this urge to add pink to this piece. Don't know where it's coming from. So I'm like, "Is it finished? Should I add p" I feel like I'm gonna add pink. I feel like, it's so beautiful, monochromatic, but I'm gonna add pink. Mm, yeah, I did so, Terry, that's a good point. I thought initially when I was using Neocolor IIs and Neocolor ones that I I thought the Neocolor ones were harder, but then I think it's just that they were open stock and maybe they dried out a little bit because once I started using them, they felt quite similar. Okay, I'm gonna add pink, which feels wild. Anyway, let's live dangerously. Living on the wild side. Ah, no, going back now. So this is the Kurotaki Kanzai that I am laying on top. So you can almost see that it's, it's opaque. We must have it all. So yeah, I think I end up like over planning and then running out of time to actually do stuff. So I may just dedicate more times to doing live streams. Obviously, they won't all last this long. We shall see. But anyway, so just doing live streams and just getting stuff done, I think. And just because my I do feel like there's a benefit with edited videos. Like it's something that people can watch back easily and will make more time for. Um, but then I also feel like I have so many ideas, so little time, so I'll try and strike a bit of a better balance and make use of live streams. Because I had a lot of fun and, the live stream that we did last time where it was, like, with the Frank Bourgeois paints and the Daler Rowney inks? That was so much fun, just, like, doing an art haul live, swatching live, doing the color mixes that you want, like, the whole thing, I really enjoyed it, and I think it's just 'cause I enjoy live streams as a whole, as you can probably tell by me being here at this time. Yeah, Asha means Art Supply Hoarders Anonymous. We have a we have a membership, and not only that, like, an actual page on my and on my Ko-fi in the Discord, there is an actual page dedicated to Asha to Art Supply Hoarders Anonymous, and in there, we'll, like, if you want to be discouraged from buying something, basically you go to that part of the Discord, and if you want to be encouraged and you want to see cool art deals, you go to the art deal section of the Discord, so, you know, there really is space for everyone. Mm. Let me into your heart, baby, look can you see? Love is a house, we got the key. This is from, like, One on One, a show I used to watch when I was a child. Open up and let me into your heart. It had a dance and everything, and for reasons unknown, like, it's always stuck with me. Was such a funny song. Mhm. Okay. I think I'm pretty much done, 4 hours later. Oh, Laura, you've tried I haven't tried Dale Rani watercolors, oddly enough. I think I've tried the, like, Simply range of stuff, and I was like, so I never delved further, but I love their paper, and I really, really like their inks. They're, like, acrylic inks. I've got a whole bunch of colors to experiment with, and this is what I did during that art hall live stream using their inks. Where is it? Here. It was just fun. Fun and chaos. T-shirts, stickers, decal jackets. I love it. You're in very, very good company, Terry. But no, guys, that is pretty much it. If like I can't even express how much I appreciate you being here and I appreciate you waiting through all the technical difficulties. You are like most definitely like without a doubt MVPs and I just can't like thank you enough. So this was a very much needed art session on my part, and I've just loved all the things that we've created from doing random swatches. I wonder what I'm gonna do on this page. I think I'm gonna maybe go over it and like I don't know. I think I'll probably doodle over it, like just do a page of doodles, and then also as per Mrs. Z, just doing like leaf paintings, and then I would love a good recap if I remember what I put in the sketchbook. This is the sun up yet? Not yet, only because it's winter. Or it feels like winter anyway. Doing paintings, like super paintings, and then I feel like we've just had an explosion of art. Does that make sense? Like creating all this stuff through through the live stream, and then this as well. And I hope that you've kind of enjoyed seeing how the sketchbook performs. Actually, oh, shall I do a tape peel before I go? Let's do a tape peel. Mm. Always so satisfying. Try to keep the tape. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Oh, thank you, Mr. Z. Let's which one's next? This one? Nope. This one? Yes. There we go. Dark roast. I haven't torn any paper this time. Gosh, that paper tear hurt me to my core. Uh, this side as well. No. But yeah, if you are watching on the replay and you've got to this point, again, you're also an MVP because this has been a very long stream. So let me know that you're still watching by saying replay crew in the comments. And if you're watching live, then before you go, drop me a comment to say live crew. Not that I'll forget you because you're awesome, but then we'll all know that you are a real MVP, the realest of the real, because boy, this stream was not without its challenges. No, thank you all. I had such a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful time, and I hope that you have a wonderful Sunday. Thank you for the awesome conversation, for all the suggestions, for the ideas, for the inspiration. And if you want to, and also thank you for completing that questionnaire for me. And if you want to join us on Ko-fi, then please do. I am really excited to continue this over there. And I will leave the link down below in the description. I mean in the comments, guys. Though I appreciate it being here. But yeah, live crew in the comments and then it will be there forever. Because sometimes the comments this chat disappears. It should stay, but it also helps with the algorithm that people were chatting in the comments. But thank you so, so much. And still a live crew. I like magic tape. That being said, or this is like yeah, magic tape. That being said, it's quite expensive here now, so I'm going to have to start using something else. I just like that it comes off easy, but the edges are clean whether you use washi tape, masking tape, or magic tape. But yeah, thank you so, so much. And honestly, have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Sunday. Thank you for being here. You've made my night. And yeah, see you over on Ko-fi or on the art retreat or on the next live stream. Bye. Good night or good day.